seems to be okay this evening. It's still in the green, so hopefully it's working properly. We will see. We are gonna do one thing before we start it here. Might help us out just a...
I know, homie. You're at like a 4-second delay. You're good.
Okay. I'm gonna do one thing really quickly. RAM refresh, basically. Hands all the way up. Perfect. Okay. So that out of the way, collectively, we thank you for your patience, your viewership, and your time. It means the world to us that you want to watch us be fucking nerds. Plays D&D. So if you have questions or like comments, whatever, you can ask them away, but just know that we will only answer them during the halftime show and after the show, unless it is entirely pertinent. Like somebody says, like, "Oh, the audio is fucking up," then I'll notice it and I'll be like, "Shit, hang on, let me fix this." I'll pause the game, kind of. But it's just to keep everybody kind of immersed as best we can. Quick player intros. We are missing Cass right now. Cass said he'd be here in about 30 minutes, so when he gets here, everybody will shift over. Adam is very likely missing this evening. I haven't heard from him, but he just moved across the country. So he's probably missing tonight, but he'll be here next week. From my immediate right, we have Ben. Right? Ben is playing... whose face are you wearing now? Ian August?
It is still Ian.
Okay, and then next to him, you have Hobo, right? Hobo is playing Silver. What are you, Way of Mercy monk, right? Way of Mercy, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right here, you got Lee, right? Lee is, fuck, Lee, what are you, rogue?
Yeah.
Listen, I just forget shit all the time. And then on the other side of, this being Lee, on the other side of him, you have Nick. And Nick is a merchant. Warlock. Remember that much. Because his backstory is fun as shit. Lastly, I'm JJ. It's Lord Longcock on Twitch, Discord, Twitter, all that shit. You'll find me. You're here. You're here for a reason. I'm the Dungeon Daddy. We do D&D. You heard me say this before, but for the new folks, this is my living story. Though I'm not a god, it's not my style. I play one when they need me to, but I like to think of myself as a bard of old. I actively speak this world into existence, and you, the viewers, are my listeners, but these folks, the stars of the show, are my characters. Though unlike a book, my characters are alive. They do good, they do evil, they love, they lie, they lose, they fight, they kill, they survive, they adventure, they change, they grow, and they learn. Most importantly, they feel, they think, and they make their own decisions. And that's as living gets. But my job is to challenge them, to teach them, to reward them, and sometimes I'll break them, all to see them develop, and inevitably to see where the story finds conclusion, because in all honesty, I have zero fucking idea where they're going to take me. Other than that, reruns or old sessions, if you want to catch old sessions, go on YouTube. It's the last thing I can think of. It'll scroll up here at the top. It's just LikelyAMimic. Type that into YouTube, you'll find it. We're the only page that has that name. I copyrighted it, or trademarked it, whatever the fuck the word is. And I think that's it. Yeah? That's right?
Follow the LikelyAMimic Twitch. Did you?
At the beginning. It's fine. It's fine. As I read it, the crew of LikelyAMimic, that's our handle on most of our socials. I always remember to say that back in. Anyways.
And we'll say 2 or 3 more times.
Probably, because I'll forget again. If that's the case, I believe we're done with that, which means I need to pull up a D&D Beyond window. Give me a second here. I need to get my campaigns. Need to go to Folia, open that. To get game log opened, which is perfect. That being said, in a few weeks, I don't know if everybody knows about this yet. In a few weeks, Cass is going to be leaving the campaign. He's very busy with work. As you can see, he's a little late now. So when Cass leaves, I posted on Reddit and on the D&D Beyond page looking for potential people to join in a few weeks. I still have to go through, I have like 130 people now. I still have to go through several of these people. And once I have all these people, I'm going to be narrowing it down quite a bit. And then I'm going to take those people and bring them to the group. Once they're to the group as because there will be 5 at that point once Cass has decided to leave. The 5 of them will decide who they want, and that will be the person that comes into the group. If they choose that they want a 6th person, if you guys want to continue with 5, it is up to you. But we've been doing 6, so I was continuing with the thought that we were going to continue with 6.
You've also told us you will not change your campaign.
No. So if you have 5 people, you're still fighting a 6-man campaign. I'm not changing it.
It's going to be very difficult.
I'm not changing it. It'll just be a little, it'll be a little tough. I mean, but think about
Listen,
you guys haven't had the easiest of times thus far.
No.
I mean, we surprise you sometimes when it was
You
only
do.
like 3 of us playing, and then we fucking massacre everything.
When the 3 of you killed all those fucking sirens, I really thought that was not gonna kill one of you, but at least like incapacitate one of you. You know what I mean?
No, the only damage that was really done in that whole fight was
I walked in the water.
walking in water.
Yeah, but you could swim. That was the down. Yeah, that's
And
part
you
of
could
why
breathe
part
under-
of why I picked your character to have that happen to you was because you could swim for a long period of time without it affecting you because
He's also the only one who failed the roll.
That's true. I mean, it was based on the roll, but it was when I rolled a d4 to see who was going to get picked, right? I wanted it to be Nick, but it was just to roll to see if he could hear the song, and then he couldn't, and that was it. It was to see if he could pass or fail against the song, but I had rolled to make him do the throw. But anyways, because we did it last session, because we're going to keep doing it every session until this character ceases to exist, because it's fucking great. Ben wasn't here for it last session, but instead of doing our collaborative group story, like what happened last session, Nick is going to tell his deity the story of what happened.
Okay,
Last session.
well, bear with me. I'm sick as shit. It's gonna sound awful.
Okay, homie. Take your
Okay.
time. I'm gonna grab a drink. Go ahead, do your thing.
At the beginning of the day, Silver gave me some kind of healing potion, which is nice of her. I bought a tiny cactus just for a bit of tomfoolery. So I decided to tag along with Silver and Caliban to a gross, dusty magic shop. Cabellina's Cabinet is what it was called, I think. The place smelled like rancid dog shit. It was right
not-
in my nose.
Yes, it did. It did smell bad.
I think it made me sick. Close to the middle, they had a shitty incense burning. The lady was very big. But it's whatever. It was a shitty experience anyway. All I got was some sending pendants and what I'm calling the Necronomicon. It's some kind of book covered in cum, and I mean a lot of it. But we conned her with a fake-ass luckstone, so we got most of the shit for free. We made our way to the stables to get our shit and go, but the stable lady was talking with some guards. And what do you guess? When she comes to us, she's acting more like a bitch and causing a commotion. So I put my portal carpet thing on the floor next to her, just in case. But some stupid ass guard pushes his friend into it, causing even more trouble. There's so much chaos. I drug 2 guards into the portal with my Eldritch Blast, and the bitchy stable lady, I guess, died of a heart attack and fell through it. And we somehow started a fire. We all left as quick as we could, but the town is in ruins now. I threw a torch at the back gate to solidify the fact that the town is now a pile of ash. And we went on our way.
I'm gone for one fucking session,
They burned down another city.
and they burned down another city.
You
Well, we
act
had
like
been
we
peace-
wouldn't have burnt it down with you here.
No, we
We
were being
would've.
peaceful there. I was
It
happy
would
with
have been
that.
burnt down regardless.
Did we get our gear?
You missed
Yes.
out. You missed
Yeah.
out on a lot. It was a very fun session.
I missed out on adding to my burnt down city count. That's why I'm mad.
And also the person that looks
Yeah,
just like
you should be mad.
the person that looks just like Silver's obviously dead too now. So
Well, yeah, we had
She's
originally
dead.
planned to throw her in the hole
She's-
anyway, so we didn't have to pay for the carriage.
wait, was that the stable lady that looks like her?
Yeah, the stable lady looked similar.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
one that
no,
had
we
a
had
heart
a
attack.
we had a plan to throw her in the hole anyway, so we didn't have to pay her.
Right. Still rude. Give me 1 second.
Still
I told you I was
didn't-
gonna-
still didn't have
it's
to
cold
pay
in
her.
here, so I need to put on a jacket.
I mean, the ending outcome was still the same. I
Yeah.
didn't lose out on 100 something gold.
So,
Plot twist.
That's right, we didn't pay.
Plot twist: the carpet portal sending all enemies to the final boss fight.
They died.
maybe.
Told me they died when they
I
went
don't think that's
through.
one of my favorite comments I've seen so far.
Maybe. You don't know.
Motherfucker.
They're going somewhere. They're going somewhere.
Listen here, Dino. Don't give him more ideas.
So here's the thing. You guys get your long rest. Everybody gets to reset their spells. Their not that you guys are using spell slots all that much, but your spell slots, your key points, everything that you haven't used resets. Now, I don't think we talked about this for your potions.
We did.
When
I don't get them back.
you do, you're right. Yeah, I was just say, did we talk about you having that? Because you don't get them back until they're used, right? So you're still burnt for. Well, I think you're only 3 because somebody used one, right? I think somebody used one, so I think you're down 3 key
No.
points.
I don't think anyone used one.
Okay,
so
we'll
I
just
think
count.
I'm
We'll count
still
4 down then.
4.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, if someone tells me otherwise, I'll put it back on. But
That's okay.
until then,
I just wanted to double check. I didn't remember if we talked about that or not. Also, look at this.
Then you also got one of the potions.
Yeah. I watched last session, some of it.
Okay.
I
good.
caught enough to know about those. I just need to label it, I think.
So these crew neck
Yeah.
sweaters are only $11. I got like 4 of them. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're only $11. They're very comfy and. So to pick up, you guys are. Let me pull up a map. Get an idea in my head of where you. I just ate Pop Rocks inside of chocolate, and I didn't know it had Pop Rocks inside of chocolate. I don't feel good about it.
You just ate a volcano.
That's about how I feel. I don't like it. Pop Rocks usually make me sick. So we are going through. We passed through Darkhold. You are passing through Hill's Edge. Is the next town you guys approach. As you're leaving Darkhold, you do come across several farms at the bottom of the mountain in the valley. As you're traveling through the valley, you guys run through several farms. Like I said, nothing that would indicate like a city. I just want to be clear about that. These are very clearly like homegrown farms. They're not massive. They're not like trying to feed a city based on what you could grow on this land. It very much looks like it's just for a singular homeowner. It's not a massive plot of land, I say. And they're just kind of patched out and like cut out of the woods. There'd just be a large cutout area, and within that cutout area there'd be a small farm. They're growing something. After about another 2 days of travel, you guys come to the town of Hill's Edge. Not a large city, it's just a hill. On top of the hill, there is a non-walled city. You have the sounds of rushing water nearby, the sounds of birds chirping. See, here's the thing. Normally I'm not gonna respond to it. But you guys need to read what he put in the chat.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how flammable? The answer is yes.
Yes.
So we tally up the city burnage.
Most of the construction is wooden. The roofs are thatched. But this would be an incredibly flammable city had you decided to burn down number what? Fucking 6?
5.
5 or 6? Yeah, I don't know. It's up there. It's up there.
No, that is 6. I forgot about the other one.
I believe you're on city number 6.
I forgot about the ghost town that I burnt to the ground.
Silverton? Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
It counts.
Hey, with a 98 on a D100, that bitch is gone.
Yeah.
So how many souls are following us now?
Well, they're following now. So there was nobody alive in the city. The city was
How much
entirely
experience
abandoned.
do we get?
Not enough.
How much
Did we level up yet?
Not enough. Not enough.
We need to level up like at least twice, right?
Not enough.
A couple thousand.
Not enough. Yeah, a couple thousand level 1 characters. Not enough.
Hey, homie,
Yeah, that's
if
a
man
thousand
can
levels.
make it to the max
Not a
level
thousand level.
Wow.
Not a
of
thousand level.
Warcraft by
No.
picking flowers, we can do it by burning cities.
I disagree.
Like
I
a piece of
disagree,
shit out of,
'cause
like,
in New
Starbucks
World-
owning a ton of cows.
In New World, you can chop down trees for 6 days in real time and only be level 35.
Yeah, well, in
So-
World of Warcraft, you can spend 2.5 months picking the same
Right.
flower. And you'll
It's a
hit
good
max
it's a
level.
good thing we're not playing World of Warcraft. So
I get Vietnam flashbacks to New World. No,
New World was rough. It was terrible.
Please
to start with.
Vietnamese.
It
I
was
didn't even know you
something
ended up
else.
actually getting it.
I was
Yeah,
so excited.
I had it
for
when it first released, and then
and-
people are like, "Oh no, it's eating 3090s," and I was like, "Not mine. Delete."
That's why I never got it.
So
It's not.
oh, there's
It's a
Cass.
lot.
Okay,
It
so
was
we
a
do
lot.
have Cass.
Hi, Cass.
So I did tell them, Cass, that in a couple of weeks, you know, when we round out your character arc, you're going to be splitting away from the group, and everybody said they were sad.
He's muted.
I know he's muted, but he can hear me. Hopefully he can hear me as long as he has his headset on. Anyways, you guys are probably a half mile outside of town. You don't seem to see any guards. You don't seem to see any sort of militia whatsoever that would be guarding the city in any manner. You just solely see a wall-less city. You know, there's a one single spire in town, but it is off of a wooden roof. It just grows into a wooden building, and atop it, you see a large crescent moon with a like a circular, sparkly gem in the middle. That it seems to be something rotating, but as you get closer, you do notice that it is a gem of some kind, rotating within the moon.
Are there people at least moving around?
Yeah.
In town?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is not a ghost town by any means. There are people in this town. They are walking around. As you get closer and closer, you can hear the sounds of a city. You can hear, you can see the smoke from a forge rising. Right. You can see the smoke from a bakery. You can smell the smoke. Smell the sweet goods being baked. You can smell the burning and the sulfur of the forge on the other end of town. You hear horses neighing and trotting. You hear basic city noises for the most part, basic small town noises. These are not anything crazy. You hear baby crying here and there. You hear, and you hear all sorts of languages. You hear Common, you hear Elvish, you hear Dwarvish, you hear Halfling, you hear. There's a very good, even dispersion of races within this town. Or species, I guess we're supposed to call it. Now we talked about that last week. Even dispersion of species. What's up, guys? How would you guys like to proceed?
Plant shop.
The plant shop.
I need to buy another cactus.
All right. As you progress into town,
Like,
what?
nothing. Never mind.
Oh, you can tell us what it is.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I can't even remember. We're good.
All right. We progress into town then. As you guys approach the edges of the city, based on the map that you have, you can read that this town is called Hill's Edge. And you see that it seems to be a fairly lively small town. There is what would appear to be an inn just as you approach the edge of town. There is all your basic stores that you would need. Based on the signage, you do not believe that there is a magic store. And based on the signage, you do not see a florist of any kind. Or pet shop. But you would see like a food shop or a general store. And there would be an armory. There would be a bladesmith. There would be your basic utilitarian stores, I should say. A lot of farm tools, a lot of farm equipment would come out of this town. Be a fair assumption.
Saying is,
There's a lot of farm girls, and Hikaru would maybe pimping out here. He might retire to this area. His soul definitely exists in this region. A lot of farm girls out here.
Yeah, he's a fucking yokai now.
Maybe. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Ghost.
Okay, there you go.
So yeah, I mean, I want to check out the weapons store.
Okay. Is anybody going with him, or are you just all going to go as a group? We can make this quicker if we all go as a
Most
group.
of them lost all their weapons.
That's true. Most of you lost weapons. That's important for you to know. Ben, your dagger is gone.
My dagger's gone. What the fuck?
Oh,
I asked if we
yeah.
got our shit back. How is my dagger gone if it was
That's
attached to my belt with my sword?
Dagger is gone.
Cool. So I have a single weapon now. I guess I'll go to the fucking weapon shop.
Everybody had something taken from them by giving their weapons up. Right, he lost daggers. I don't remember who else lost what. Somebody lost a crossbow, or somebody lost a mace, I think, or a morning star. Somebody lost a morning star. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Listen, dude, you gave me options.
I wasn't even here for that.
I know.
I wasn't either.
Listen, the story.
Except I didn't have any options because
The story goes on.
Had to meet it all.
Story goes
I
on
know.
whether you were here or
I
not.
know.
Right, here's the thing, though. I was being nice to you, Ben.
Well, he could have tried to take my sword, but the second he draws it, he has to make a Constitution save, and if he fails, he's paralyzed.
He could have not given you your sword back and just sent you on
but
out of
then
the
I would
city.
have continued to burn down the fucking city and murder everyone that I could.
After 18 days, yeah, when you went fucking mad, you may have tried to steal it back a time or two.
I would have gone after my sword.
Right, you're not necessarily
Yeah.
violent if you don't get it back, but you're definitely
I'm
like,
gonna get there.
you could get there, sure, but you might not get there in 5 minutes of talking with the person of give me my sword back. You're not gonna fucking kill them immediately just to have your sword back. That would be a little absurd. You might be crazy without the sword at that point.
Let's
We
be
do
honest.
burn down. I do burn down
Probably.
cities of my own.
He
volition.
probably would try to kill the dudes if he
You
did
say
give his sword back. Let's be
Burn
honest.
down titties, is that what you said?
We burn down all titties out here.
Burn down all cities.
We burn down all titties out here.
Okay,
Um,
I guess I'm going to the weapon store with him.
Okay, so
Same.
okay, first we'll just say everybody goes to the weapon store because they do have a small one here. As you enter the store, there several dwarves, a few elves, and a singular human. You see all in the back being coached by a dwarf, an elder, very, very old dwarf, big, long, gray, fluffy beard. And he's coaching them on how to press metal, right? To press metal into swords, to press metal into daggers, to spears, whatever he's doing. He's got hot metal, he pulls it out, and he's slamming it with a hammer, and all of them are watching, right? They're all around him watching. And you just walk into a room that is overwhelmingly hot, and you are immediately, like, everybody's sweating as soon as you enter this room. It's like going into your computer room. You're immediately sweating. And then, he pulls out this big, hot, glowing piece of red metal, lays it on an anvil, and just starts going, boom, boom, slamming this big, massive warhammer down on it. And this long, ringing noise is just ping, ping, every time he's hitting it over and over. And you can feel that noise deep, deep down in your skull. It is a noise that is just resonating with something deep inside you. But as you enter, no one seems to take notice of your presence directly. No one like addresses you. You do note anybody got a passive. I mean, does anybody want to look? If not, it should be passive perception.
What are we
You
looking
want
for?
to active look? Okay, so
I got a
whoever wants to do
16.
it. Okay, you can actively look for 16. We'll say. Actually, I need to refresh my page. It's fine.
Oh damn.
No, you're fine. I just need to refresh my game log thing because I tabbed off the page. As you go in, sorry, as you're going in, you do clock that there are two elven men that are watching both the crowd that is by him, and they're watching people potentially come in. They're not going over to you. They're not greeting you like a salesman would, but they are keeping eyes on what would be the hanging weapons on the walls, right? So you have some shields on one wall, some basic, buckler shields. You have another spot that is maces. You have another spot that would be just kind of flat fairly well made. They look to be fairly well made. Swords, daggers. Is there anything in particular you guys are looking for?
What kind of bows did they got?
There is nothing of wood in here.
Okay, no wood.
There's not everything in here is metal. Yeah, there's no bows. Fortunately, compound bows don't exist, and those are fiberglass, aren't they?
Some are actually still made out of wood.
Anything? What are you looking for?
Daggers or rapier.
Okay, they definitely have daggers. There's nothing as fine as finely like precise and thin as rapier. But you do see several daggers hanging on the walls. A lot of them basically shaped like your normal, 9-inch blade boot knife. Nothing is like outrageously popping out at you. Nothing is really gaudy. Is there anything? I mean, you have what I would describe as one that has a gray cloth band, with a little darker colored steel blade, more iron in it probably. You have another one that would be just raw, like no handle on it. It's just a blade. It's made for you to do whatever you want with it, to customize it how you want. Just a blade and a handle. Another one that is like whatever the fuck that Japanese fucking anime knife is with the little ring on it. There you go, that thing. I couldn't remember the word. There's a rack of those just hanging up. And there is one that is like a really high polish, almost mirror finished blade. But none of these look any more special than the other ones. They look like purely cosmetic differences. Yep. Worker.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Chroma.
All I was interested in
Go
is
ahead.
bow.
Did
What's up, dude?
Chroma give me back my my staff?
Yes, he did. He gave it back to you. He gave it back to you at the end of last session.
No, I don't trust that smile. I don't trust that smile.
Ooh.
He did, I remember.
Yeah, he gave it back to you at the end of last session.
Because he didn't want to walk and stuff.
What?
It's not a walking stick.
That was just what the guard called it.
Hmm.
Cool. I guess I did.
Um,
Thank you.
that being said, do any of the blades pop out at you, Ben? Any of the ones you want? You want a mirror finish? You want a dark metal? You want a...
I'm probably just gonna grab 3 standard blades, to be honest with you, just to fill up my belt.
3 of the unfinished ones? Cheapest ones possible?
Yep.
Okay. What are they? I think they're a gold apiece. Let me look real quick.
Do I have the bag of holding back, or does Cork still have it?
Cork has it. Unless he gave it back to you over the last 2 days, he has it. They're
Yeah,
2 gold.
and about that, I remembered that I actually had my bow. It was in the bag of holding.
It is in the bag of holding.
Yes, yeah, you still had your bow. I never said you lost your
All
bow.
of Cork's weapons were in the bag of holding.
Right, yeah, because you shoved your stuff in the bag of holding, so you didn't lose your stuff.
Yeah, I've already passed that back in and gathered my.
So you just grab 3 of the regular ones. They're 2 gold apiece.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Because I
That's-
have a bag of holding.
Okay, Cass, what are you looking for?
I want something with something that has good reach. That I can go use my shield with.
Any pole arm. I mean, a spear, a glaive, and I don't know how the hell you say that word. Iklwa. It's YKLWA. I think it's Iklwa.
Yeah, the thing that Hikari had.
Right.
Those are martial weapons, right? Pole arms and shit like that.
Yeah, pole arms are all martial weapons. You have proficiency
Got
with
a
them.
battle axe and a scimitar.
Oh, no shit.
I've got
That
weapons.
battle axe. What
was
happened to the axe
Sota's.
that Soda? Yeah, she
That's
gave
it.
it to.
It
That's
is in
it.
the bag of holding.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, it was put in the bag of holding.
I have
They
6
put that.
scimitars and a battle axe in the bag of holding.
You sold
I'm
the
aware.
scimitars.
Did we?
You sold the scimitars. You did that a couple towns back for when you were trying to book passage on the boat. You sold the scimitars.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
Mm-hmm. Those are gone. You kept the battle axe though because Soda gave it to him, and he wasn't there that session, so you didn't want to give it up.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. I wanted to check my bag of holding list real quick before.
That's fine.
More daggers.
So you do have that battle axe if you want it. They do have weapons here. They do have pole arms. Halberd. You can have a halberd. Halberd's a 10 feet of reach.
Ooh, but does that work with Sentinel and shit like that?
Yeah, it's within your reach. If they leave your 10 feet of reach, you can hit them. Yep, so when you have a pole arm, you have 10 feet of reach. Instead of being able to swing 5 feet into another square, your reach extends for 10 feet in all directions. Right? So if something moves out of 10 feet position, like say it's 2 spaces over from you, so it's 10 feet, right? You're 5 feet, they're 10 feet. If they step 1 back, you can hit them and knock their movement so they can't go anywhere. If they engage one of your allies and they're within your melee distance, you can still hit them.
Okay, so
So Sentinel would work with a polearm.
I also want to say that I brought the Hope Bearers plate. Chroma doesn't know much about it.
Okay.
So I want to get it inspected, and I wanted to see if this dwarf would know or have any sort of idea, since he looks like he's not, a beginner in a sense.
Sure, yeah, he looks like he's
really
fairly wise in the field. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He is in the back, like essentially teaching a class to people. Right? He's teaching people how to run the forge, and he's banging the shit out of this hammer in the back. So consistently throughout this whole thought process you guys have been doing, you've been hearing ping, 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 and he quenches it in the water. He takes it, puts it back in the heat, heats it back up, pulls it back out, bangs the shit out of it more. This loud, just ringing, echoing through this wooden building. So he does seem to be busy, but if you want to go over and approach him, you could try. Before you do, while you're thinking about it, Hobo, is there anything in here that you think you would want a silver? You do have your stick. Yeah.
I don't know. Probably not.
No? Okay. And you can use metal weapons. None says you can't.
No, I know. Like unless there are brass knuckles in D&D, probably not.
Not that you see. Yeah, not that you see. Nick, is there anything you would want?
Not really, no.
No? No metal weapon? You mean just fucking any kind of sword? Anything?
No, I have a crossbow I use.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, they don't have any crossbows. They don't have any bows. It seems to be primarily like a melee combat. They do have some javelins, so they can be thrown, I suppose. But like your spear, your glaives, your halberds, things like that, be your 10-foot pole arms.
I won't be
So
able to use them anyway.
you don't have a proficiency with martial weapons? No shit, no you don't.
No.
Okay then. So he was looking for bows. Adam's not here. So I don't know what he would want as Caliban. Adam, if you happen to be watching, if you could text me what you would want as Caliban, we'll see if they have it. But you two, so you're gonna buy, that's six gold for you to buy those 3 daggers. That's, are you gonna approach him?
Yes, I'm gonna approach the.
Okay, so as you kind of approach the group that seems to be around him, he's got 2 elves standing around him, like watching the actual class being taught. Then there's 2 elves, like I said, further off into the corners, they're watching the rooms, kind of.
Okay.
The 2 elves that are up close are young. When you approach, you can see that they're look very young, almost childlike. So you can judge them at probably maybe 120 years old, based on whatever your experience with elves is, between 120, 150, somewhere in that range. And then he's got 3 dwarves that look very young, right? And they're watching him as he's hammering this shit out. And then there's a human in probably his 20s that seems to be like giving direction to the young people, explaining stuff as the old dwarf is hammering the hell out of the metal. And you can see in the time that you guys have been in the store walking around, he's already fairly well produced 1 sword, and he's currently like melting another piece into he's melting another piece of metal so he can hit it again. Sorry, he's forging another piece of metal so he can hit it again. But 1 sword seems to be pretty well produced. Like the sword itself, it doesn't have the hilt, it doesn't have the handguard, any of that put on yet, but it is a fairly well made blade. I mean, it looks very nice. It doesn't have a shine, or it doesn't have a sharp edge on it, and it's not shined yet. But at least it's hammered and flattened. You know what I mean? But as you approach, he seems to be teaching the class, but he's not speaking at all. The human is speaking.
Okay.
What do you like to say? What would you like to say when you approach?
I want to say I am not unfortunately nice right now, so that's gonna fucking suck ass.
That's not what I asked.
I know.
Um,
But
for the rest of you, he's about 30 feet from you in the back of this store. And just so you get a layout, like when you walk in, there is 2 like racks of weapons on the like hanging racks, like probably chest high racks. And then there's weapons and shields and some armor and shit hanging on the walls. And then the store kind of like funnels down a little bit, and you can see some stairs going upwards, and you can see maybe a storage room here, and then it funnels back to where the forge room is. So you have like kind of a limited view of what's in the back. But you can see that in the center of the room is 1 large forge that is very well lit, producing an insane amount of heat that you guys can feel in the front room. And you can see the group and the older dwarf and hammering and everything. So you can see everything I've described to you. Everyone can see that. It's not hidden from you in any way. So as you approach, what do you say?
fuck. I don't even. Give me a sec. Sorry.
You're okay. He just continuously bangs the hammer. The human is going on and on about the forging process. He's explaining it to these people that are fairly young. You know, they look to be fairly young from what you can guess. Maybe like these people are coming of age probably these kids are coming of age in their town, and that they are at the point where they're going to be put into some sort of trade. Because they don't have some sort of military here for you to go enlist in, right? So you can't just get guaranteed food in college.
What? I'm dealing with.
You're fine. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I'm dealing with a soldier who thinks they're out shit real quick.
My boy. I'm gonna say, you look like you know what this is. You look very knowledgeable about this sort of stuff. To the dwarf.
An aggressive enough compliment. Like it. So he stops mid swing, like as he's swinging, just before the hammer hits the metal, he stops, and he looks up at you, and he looks over at the human, and the human looks at you and says, "As you can see, we are teaching this class. I'm the apprentice, but I have to explain the task that he's doing to these people that are going to be taking over the forge, that are attempting to apprentice for the forge. Is there anything that I can quickly help you with so I can get back to him?" And then he continues, just bing, bing behind you.
Unless you're smarter than him, I doubt that you'll be able to help me. To the human.
How back you
As
did.
as I pull up the armor, I'll hold up the armor.
As you hold up the armor, the hammer stops again mid swing, just an eighth of an inch off the metal. And he sets it down, and he takes the metal and he throws it into the forge so it heats up again. And he walks over and he puts his hand on it and he closes his eyes for a second. And this is the dwarf, by the way, the older dwarf with the big long beard.
Yeah.
And he takes it and he kind of rubs his hands down his beard for a second, and his eyes like shoot open. And then he looks at you and he looks at the armor that you're wearing,
Yeah.
and the armor that this is. And he looks over at the human, and the human says he wants to know how you got this. Did you kill the man wearing this?
There was. Oh okay. Fuck. Because this was so long ago, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure we found the armor. Okay, he found the armor, and then he gave me that armor, the black armor.
Correct.
Yeah. No. So
We found
So
it in
I'm
a
a-
forge in a city filled with the dead.
Oh, it was
He-
that.
they always
So
It was the
He
like
took
second
one.
session as Chroma, right?
yeah.
His first or second, yeah. So
Yeah.
Adam's character
Oh,
had
I
taken
remember.
one, and then
And
we
he-
went back to that forge, and I said something about it being upstairs, and then you took that. set.
You did. You were the one that told me about it. Okay. Yeah. So how I got the armor is not.
Yeah. So it's the Dawnbringer and the Everdark. Those are
Yeah.
the two names of the armor.
What's the darkness one?
Everdark.
Everdark. Okay.
It's the
Oh,
Everdark, and his was Dawnbringer.
Okay. I'm gonna tell him no one was killed for this armor. By us, at least.
And as the old man touches it, he kind of grasps two hands around it, and you can feel that he wants to like take it from you, and he doesn't seem to be like pulling. He's waiting for you to offer it, but he's like supporting it. He doesn't say anything. The old man doesn't say anything.
I'm gonna ask the human why doesn't he talk? What's going on? Why are you talking for him?
The dwarf kind of gives you like a loud outward breath, like kind of a big deep sigh, and he opens his mouth, and you can see his tongue was cut very deep in his mouth.
Understood. And I'll let go of the armor.
He grabs it and takes it over, and he places it on like the table in front of the kids, and he puts a hand and he wipes everything off the table, and he puts it on the table in front of the kids, and he stretches out the leg armor, the shin armor, the abdominal armor, the chest, the shoulders, the pauldrons, the arms, everything, the helm. He takes it all and lays it out on the table, and he examines it, and he flips each piece over one by one in a certain order. You watch him do this weird specific order where he starts on the foot, what would be like the foot armor of the right side, and he starts flipping it over piece by piece to where you can see the inside, and you can see something is marked on the inside. And you can see when he flips over the helmet and flips it inside out, there's a name carved into it. What languages do you read?
Ooh, Common, Leonin, and Sylvan. I'm gonna guess it's Dwarvish.
The language,
But
the language is foreign to you.
I thought so. I'm gonna look at the dwarf, and I'm just gonna ask him what is that? What is that? Is that a word? What is that?
He kind of waves his hand at you to tell you to stay here for a second, and he kind of takes his little legs and he goes and hobbles off to the back, and he comes back and he comes out with a map, a big rolled up, dirty, yellowed piece of paper, right? It's very stained and very old. And he pulls it out and he lays it next to the armor on the table and he unrolls it. And it is very, very crudely drawn. It looks very, very old. Let me pull up the other map. And he takes it and he points at a specific part of the map. Now, do you have the map pulled up? Can you pull the map up for yourself? Because if I stream it to Discord, it's gonna fuck up the
yeah,
group we're in.
the one
Okay.
that has all the colored cities.
The
and
colored
whatnot.
regions, correct? Like the
Yeah.
reddish and green and whatever regions. Okay. So he takes it and he points at a specific part of the map. He points very far to the right side of the map. You're gonna see like a tannish area underneath Great Ice Sea. You're gonna see the Endless Wastes. You see that?
Wait.
Far right top side. You're gonna see the Great Ice Sea. Okay, below that you see the Endless Wastes.
Oh shit!
To the left
Yeah.
of that is Rashomon. He points at Rashomon. Specifically, he points at a mountain area. Citadel Rashomar.
Citadel Rushmore.
He points and the human says the most he can tell you is it was made in these forges. The forges of the Citadel. The Citadel is renowned to all Dwarvish folks as the oldest powerful forge in any Dwarven empire that has ever stood. And those forges have been cold for over 5.
This shit old. Okay.
They have been cold. No, I'm sorry. They've been cold since Karsus's Folly. And Karsus's Folly was. I'm sorry, it's not 500. It's actually older than that. Let me look.
Oh. Good.
They have been cold for 1,700 years. Sorry, not 500 years. They've been cold for 1,700 years. Those forges have not run.
Damn.
So the human's eyes get really big and he says, that armor is very old. And then the dwarf points at the helm of your armor. And he like presents his hand so he can see it. Did you give it to him?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you remove the helm and you hand it to him, he flips it over and he flips Arden's helmet over. And the names, you notice that at least one part of the name is identical.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And he sets Arden's helmet down. He takes your helm and he points at the exact same spot on the map.
Oh,
And
so
then
both armors were made there.
So yeah, the
Or-
human goes on to relay that both were forged in the same place, but one was forged by an evil, or one was forged by an evil unlike any other, and one was forged by the good that was brought out in the Dwarvish kind to stop him.
Okay, gotcha.
So he points at your chest plate, and he puts his hand on your chest plate, and he closes his eyes. And after a few seconds, he pulls his hand back really harsh. And he looks down, and you can see some sorrow in his eyes. And he turns and he hands you the helmet.
Okay.
And he
I
doesn't
take
seem
back.
to he doesn't seem to be stopping you from taking the other armor. He kind of steps back from it. And the human looks at him and he says to the dwarf, "What do you mean?" And the dwarf looks back at him, and you can see tears are welling up in the dwarf's eyes. And
What's going on?
the human says, the end is coming.
Oh, this man. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit. Wait.
And then the human, you can see a little bit of anger spike in the dwarf, not towards you, but just when you get real sad, you get a little angry. You know what I mean? And you could see that like spike of rage hit him, and he waves his hand, and he knocks over a cup that's on the table, and it hits the ground and clings off the floor. And the human looks at the younger dwarves and the younger elves, and he says, "Get out, leave. Session's over for the day. We're not teaching today. Get out." And
oh no.
and the other two elves in the back come over, and the human looks at you and says, "It'd probably be best if you could take your armor and leave."
I'll start picking up the armor.
Okay, doesn't stop you. But you can see him. He goes over to the corner and he kind of puts his hand on a windowsill, and he grabs a mug of ale from somewhere. Then he starts to drink, and you can see the tears pouring down his eyes, or pouring down his cheeks, in the corner.
Oh no. Sorry. Oh man. Damn. Okay. I'm just leave it alone. Go back. Damn. That was good.
Does anybody else want to do anything before you're forced to leave the forge?
I'm gonna ask Roman a question. What was that? What happened there?
I guess the history of these two armors is wild. That's all.
Yeah.
Damn.
Too wild, and he started crying. Damn.
Well, I didn't do it. I mean, I guess I did, but shit.
Oh.
Do I still get the halberd?
If you want one, yeah, you can get an halberd. Yeah, I mean, you can just drop the gold on the door, when you walk out or something. Let me Google the price of a halberd really quickly.
Oh, if it's more than that, I
is-
can't probably afford that shit.
It's 20 gold
Unless-
pieces.
Yeah, unless there's gold. Anyone has some gold.
Yeah, I'll pitch in. I got you, bro.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 20 gold for halberd. Just add it to your. It's two-handed though, so if you have a shield, you can't use a shield because it's any long weapon is two-handed. That's your
Okay.
That's your downside. So you'll lose whatever your +2 to AC by having a shield.
Okay.
Okay. So you just have to when you go to your inventory, you just have to unclick the shield and it'll drop your AC down.
I gotcha.
Let me get the game log back open. Okay. That being said, you guys conclude your little sorrowful visit, I guess you'd call it.
It wasn't on purpose.
Maybe.
I'd like to go buy some chains.
You want to get chains?
Yep.
Or-
And lock.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean they would be there at the forge, For a really not the best lock, it'd be 5 gold for the chain and lock.
I'd go. Okay.
As you leave, you notice the sign is Hjoldane. It's Hjoldain. Hjoldane's handmade weapons. Just so you know the name of the store.
He spells healed name.
H- HJ. You want it phonetically?
Whichever works.
Who's easier for you? Hotel Juliet, Oscar Lima, Delta Alpha, India November. Hjoldane.
Huh. Cool.
And the sign is a big hammer, and it looks identical to the hammer he was swinging inside. And just when you got closer to him, I want to tell you a little bit about him. As you got closer to him, you can see that this man has weathered a lot of years. You could see that his face is very he has a lot of those credit card wrinkles on his forehead, like stress wrinkles. His cheeks and his eyes are very dark circles around his eyes. His beard is up high, The sides are shaved, and his hair is pulled back into a long ponytail. Right, what hair is on top? The sides are fairly shaved. They kind of blend up and his hair is stone white. It is white as hell. It's whiter than I am. His hair is white. Um, he is North Pole white.
Gandalf white.
He
That's what we're talking about?
Gandalf the White's cloak.
Okay. Fire.
That's what color his hair is.
Damn.
So, and his beard has big gray streaks in it, but it's mostly white.
Okay.
And I will tell you that when he opened his mouth, his tongue was cut deep. So whatever it was, they pulled his tongue. It looked like they would have had to grab his tongue, pull it out, and cut it. So he could never speak again, right? To silence him for some means would probably be your best guess.
Could've rendered his tongue.
Now, the other thing you need to know is that his arms are fucking massive. Like his chest was very like big and barrely, but his arms were fucking huge. His forearms were as big as your thighs.
Damn.
This man was built like a brick shithouse for his age.
He beats off too much.
That with both hands. You know, what does that say?
He makes good weapons.
Instead of beating meat, he beats metal. It's a little different. I get what you're saying.
You see it
So-
big too.
From what you saw, this is a very muscular, very well built old man. Like
Yeah.
if you had guessed to try and pick a fight with this man,
I probably would have died.
not that he
I
would have
feel
died, but it would have been a challenge. He looks like he could have taken you just in brute force alone.
Damn.
He looked incredibly strong. Not
He was a
magically
very-
strong.
So not 20 level strong, but probably like 10 to 15 level strong is what I'm hearing.
If that's what you get from it.
Fair.
He's definitely well above average in strength. That's what I'm trying to stress. I'm not trying to give you a stat for him, but
And in other areas too.
maybe above average. You don't know. He was wearing pants, bro. You didn't see.
Were they sweatpants?
They were in fact gray sweats. They were gray sweats for sure. So he just incredibly muscular, very well built. Lot of veins showing in his arms. Like you super muscular man. Just so when you got close, it was surprising to you how well built he was for his age.
Yeah.
But as you leave and begin to walk down the thoroughfare, you get this urge to look back, and as you look back, you see him in the window, and you can still see the tears pouring down his eyes.
Man,
And it's not just a normal like take a drink. You can see him like his hand is shaking and the cup is shaking. And as he drinks and he puts it down, when he swallows, it's a very hard, painful swallow.
Damn.
Think about when you just had like pneumonia or something real bad wrong with your throat, respiratory infection or something, and it's real hard for you to swallow anything that's like especially cold stuff. That's the
Yeah.
kind of like pain swallow you see him take. Like this is a
Gotcha.
you saw this without even trying. This man is scared,
I gotcha.
and specifically he was scared of you. That coupled with when he touched your armor, he yanked his hand back very fast. You can get from that what you want. You can try and roll for something if you want to try, but you're gonna have to tell me what you want to roll and what you want from it.
No, no, that's
Just
fair
making the
enough,
offer. Just
I
making the
gotcha.
offer. You guys can progress through town. Is there anywhere else you guys would like to stop? No? Okay, so we'll say you guys pick up some normal supplies and food and whatnot and water, and then begin your journey on. Where do you plan on heading next? as you progress through town, because the town is, it's a small town, so it's not going to slow you down by any means. It's not, it's maybe 15 buildings from one end of town to the other. It's not a big town by any means. There's no walls around this town. There's no guard.
Wait, what town are we at right now?
Hills End. That's what I need to do. Thank you. I need to pull up that fucking photo of the town. The photo of the map.
Where's that at? Hills?
Uh,
Edge.
Hills Edge. That's it. I'm sorry. Hills Edge. So you remember where Darkhold is on the map? Yeah.
I found it. We're right above the Reaching Woods. We were right at the peak of the Reaching Woods.
Yes. So Cass, if you know where Baldur's Gate is, right next to the big word Sea of Swords. Okay, if you go right up the river to the T in the river and then go upwards through the Reaching Wood, that's Hill's Edge.
It's right next to El Turel.
Hard Buckler next.
Yep.
And then after Hard Buckler will be
El Turel is going to be your next stop.
Okay.
Which you two might remember, Cass and Nick, as somewhere we visited in Descent into Avernus.
Yeah, but it's fucking we weren't there long. It fucking
Different-
disintegrated.
Different world. Go ahead. What now?
We're not charted to go all the way down to Elturel. We're supposed to go to the one above
We're
that. I
supposed to go
can't
to
see it very well.
Terrell, and then we head
Oh,
back
Triel?
upwards.
Oh, you're gonna. Okay, so so
Yeah.
you're going
Yeah,
down
back
to
on our
Triel,
side
and then you're
now.
gonna cut back
Yeah.
northwards. Okay.
And then,
And
yeah.
we follow that hard black line all the way until after Daggerford.
To Daggerford, and then you're gonna take
Take
that
right.
eastward. Okay. You're gonna cut around Waterdeep, basically. Take it eastward, then try and cut back north. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
Or near
I mean,
my hotel.
honestly,
Awesome.
honestly, once you got to Daggerford, you could actually get a boat and ride up that fucking river for a long ass time, and that would quickly push you up because I mean you would travel faster on boat than you would on ground.
Yeah, I mean, it would just.
That's an
it would
option
just
anyway.
take us to the other side of.
The high forest, but you're going to the Moonwood. You know what I mean? So
Nether
that
Mountains, and then
that would
just
get
go
you
through
to the Nether Mountains, which would only be
Navarre would be the town.
you would probably be about a week's journey. How'd you take if you took a boat and you got all the way up to the Nether Mountains? You'd probably be on the boat for 3 to 5 days. But you could save some time by only being. You'd probably cut 2 weeks off your journey. No, fuck. You'd probably cut a month off your journey because that's a lot of ground travel. Through forest,
Yeah,
through
yeah.
town. You probably cut about a month
So
off your travel.
We'll go to
might be
Seacumber.
If you choose to do it.
We'll go up that
Your
road.
call.
We'll see what happens when we get to that point.
Right.
We still
Well,
got-
that's the thing is your next town is Triel and there's not a whole lot there. So I mean, we're kind of gonna speed run a little bit to Daggerford.
Okay.
So it is you guys' call. Would you like to stop in Triel or Subar or Borskir Bridge?
Where do our rations run out?
We can say you bought enough. I'm not worried about rations all that much at this point here. You guys are only level 7. I'm not worried about it yet.
A lot of gold on rations. Thank you.
Well, can we like quote unquote stop at each of the towns to rest?
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
fucking horses and shit?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying you're running your horse wide open for fucking a week or 2 weeks to travel your fucking way up to Sword Coast.
Then yeah, I'm good with heading towards
Okay.
Daggerford.
So
The river outlet wouldn't be till Seacumber though. It doesn't look like the. Oh no, it's just the
No.
coloration of the map. Just
So yeah, no. I'm looking at a much higher quality map than you guys are.
so with us, 'cause of the
So I can get
coloration
more
of the
fine
coast
details. Yeah.
and
I know what you're saying. It's the
coloration
borderlines. Yeah.
of it, yeah.
There is a river that goes from the Sea of Swords into Daggerford, up to Sycamber, and then it cuts all the way up in the mountains to the Nether Mountains. Right. It cuts all the way up. When you get there, you could try and hire somebody to take you up. But I know you guys have spent a lot of your money. Is the downside to this? You might have to steal a boat. That's an option. You could threaten somebody into doing it. There's a lot of options. You could take it. You could take an aggressive way. You could just try and persuade somebody to take you for free. Be rough, but you could try.
We'll see what happens when we get there.
Right. We'll see what happens when we get there. That's kind of what it comes down to.
I'll play the persuasion game.
Fair.
How many survival checks do we need to roll?
I'm gonna do 1 per week. We'll say. Well, there's 2 weeks, so we're gonna do 2 per week. So it'll be 4. So make me 4 survival checks. Whoever is guiding the wagon. If you want to do 1 for separate people, that's fine too.
22.
22 is a good roll. Okay. Did anybody want to split it up, or do you guys, like, as a group, you need to make the decision?
I
Do
guess
you
that
want
would
to?
come down to Nick deciding if he wanted to take a break from guiding the wagon or not.
Well, it
I'll
is
do
5
half.
days of travel you're accommodating for.
Well, I'll roll half of like what 7?
What?
You said 7 weeks.
No,
Wait,
two.
no.
Two. You're only on 2
Two?
weeks, so you only need to roll 4
Okay.
times.
Okay.
So 3 more
Go
times.
ahead.
Sorry, 3 more times.
21.
Okay. Good roll.
Nice.
And
Okay.
a 16.
Okay. One more. 4 total
One more.
rolls. 4 total.
7.
Okay.
Ooh.
Those just decreased ever so
Yeah.
slightly, and then just a big fuck you right there.
So as you guys are stopping in Triel, you pick up whatever food and supplies you need. There are no issues. The town seems fairly welcoming of you. You do hear a little, as you stop in the town for the night at the bar, you do hear a little scuttlebutt of people talking about people coming from the south talking about the dead have risen. You hear a little talk of it here and there. You hear and these people are hammered drunk, right?
I'm
Fucking
gonna say, as we're hearing those talks, the two of us who know are looking at each other like, oh shit,
We know.
we need to go.
and it's it's a lot of like my cousin John saw or told me that his friend Jim Bob.
How accurately are the accounts that we're hearing? Or are they kind of like been blown up because of the telephone game?
They're fairly accurate. I would say a lot of what you're hearing sounds like a lot of what you saw.
I heard a cart blew up with a bunch of fireworks.
Yeah, that's what
No, you don't hear anything about. You know what? As a matter of fact, you do. You hear about and there was this group that were, I guess, were trying to be heroic, so they tried to lead the group away by making a lot of noise, riding in a wagon, blowing off fireworks. There's a lot of that. It sounds like they're kind of hyping this group up. But they don't remember what the name of. They can't remember what the name of that group was. But they're a little adventuring group, and they tried to save some people, so they tried to bring the dead away from the city, away from Othkatla, away from the southern city, beneath the cloud peaks. But another guy kind of slams his beer down, or his ale down, I guess, and he says, "Shut up. I've been as far south as Noshkel, and I ain't seen no dead rise." And then they kind of get in an argument back and forth, and while you're there, in walks a very fancy looking silver dragonborn.
Oh god.
Oh, you've already clocked who this is?
Yeah. The guy from Candlekeep.
That two of you, well, one of you, because you were the only one, the character's the only one alive from Second Zero, would remember as the gatekeeper and
Oh, he would know both my identities.
would know
Your
both your
face.
identity.
Hide your fucking face, bro.
I think you can see through that.
I am gonna remove my mask, kind of hitting me in the corner with my hood up.
Roll me a stealth check.
That's 28.
That's pretty good. Hang on.
God damn.
Damn.
I got a plus 10 to stealth, guys. Come on now.
He rolled a 19? An 18?
Yeah.
Shit.
You pull the mask off, and where do you put it? In the bag of holding? Or do you just tuck it on your hip or something?
Tuck it on my hip, yeah, because it's got. I'm assuming like my belt's got a little something I can just like clip it to.
Sure. As you take the mask off, though, it becomes the greenish stone mask that you all well, you pulled your mask off in front of the group before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you all seen this
I
mask
know-
before.
Well, I've put it on.
Okay, so they have seen it. They have seen it.
They've
It's a green, like an emerald-esque, jade-esque stone.
Mask.
Less Norse, more
Japanese mythology.
more Oni mask looking. Like it has large teeth, right? It doesn't have any of like the devil horns or anything like that, but it has very large like massive, almost orcish looking teeth growing out of the bottom of it.
Like the half masks you see on samurais that go up to like the top of the nose.
But it does have a forehead on it, and the only part that is cut out is the eyes, right? And that's something that you guys have noticed in the time of him taking this mask off and putting it back on. His eyes have never changed. It only changes what it covers. Doesn't it? And his hair has never changed. Another important thing. If he has his hood,
No, I thought it did change my hair color.
no, it doesn't change the color. It can change. Sorry, it can change the length of your hair, but it doesn't change color.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one thing, and
How we did that.
you could grow facial hair with it, but when you take it off, it's gone. You know what I mean? If you want to adopt somebody's face, and that's part of their identity
Yeah,
is their
that
facial hair,
it's-
right? It's
okay.
part of their identity, so you could do that.
I don't think we've actually gone that deep into it. So.
I don't think we have before either, but I feel like it was worth a description for anybody that's new. So you hook it on your hip, and you kind of lean back and kind of keep your face down, covered, and he doesn't seem to approach you. Give me a perception check.
Sure. I don't see shit.
Maybe.
Roll an 8.
Maybe. When you tuck your head down, you very clearly notice his eyes dart away from you.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. 'Cause I
Doesn't
don't think I-
acknowledge you. He does. He sees you for a second and pulls his eyes away very quickly.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
Question.
Yeah, what's up?
Am I able to clock that he's kind of trying to hide himself a bit more than normal?
I would say yes. Not necessarily what he's trying to hide, but that he does seem slightly more shady than usual. You know, IM slash.
Edge.
Yeah, on edge. On edge is a good way to put it. He does seem a little more on edge than usual, and you can tell, because your passive perception is pretty good, so you can tell that it's pretty obvious that it starts when that silver dragonborn enters the room, and he's wearing this long,
Okay, but
beautiful blue robe. So you know, you can only see he's a silver dragonborn by his head and his hands.
okay. But like, given that he clearly put up his hood and is trying to hide his face, we lost Lee.
That's okay. Yeah, come back.
Given that he's like clearly putting up a hood, trying to kind of duck down his face a bit, I can't. Am I able to at least assume he's trying to like hide his face?
It's pretty evident. Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to hide my face. I'm just kind of trying to lower my noticeability, I guess. In general.
Okay.
But me taking off my mask, they would know at this point is not something I do quite often.
Yeah. Alright, Silver will take off her mask and kind of like slide it over to him.
You guys see Silver's face for the
Just in
first time.
case.
Let's hear that description.
Yep. Oh, she just looks like a normal lady. Like heavy freckles, very like pale skin. She doesn't really have very defining features. She just kind of looks like your average redhead. I don't know.
Probably when she takes her mask off.
I imagine her very.
Yeah, I'd say a little. It was a surprise in and of its. You could walk past her and not clock her twice. Like you wouldn't. She's not that memorable to look at, I would say. She would hide very well in a crowd. It's almost like she doesn't need the mask.
Jealous of that shit. As a rogue,
She's got one of them forgettable faces.
I'm jealous of
Right,
shit.
that's what I was trying to say. She's not necessarily the most memorable of persons. You know, you might clock the freckles, but you probably wouldn't pay that much attention to it. So she could walk by you 5 times, and you may notice her once. She doesn't really need the mask when she takes the mask. When she takes the mask off and hands it to you and like offers it to you to hide yourself, it stuns you for a second. In that you're like, in your head, in the back of your voice, you get this. Or your back of your head, you get this little voice. It's like, why the hell does she wear that mask?
That's exactly what I'm asking. I am gonna put it on though to just give the gesture, even though in my mind I know it's too late. He's already clocked me.
He at least pulled his eyes away from you. That's what
Which
you know.
means he was looking at me. So he either just didn't
Sure,
recognize
in the
me.
direction that you are. Yes.
Yeah. Either he saw me, he didn't, or he didn't recognize me, or he's not acknowledging me. But I know it's probably too late because I know
Sure.
I know his background a little more than anyone else here.
Do you plan on speaking to him in any way?
Probably not. No.
The night
Unless we just happen to run into each other.
the night progresses, comes to a close, and he doesn't seem to come over to you in any manner, what shape or any manner, shape or form. So you progress to the town of Subar. Nothing very memorable in Subar. A small inn, mostly farmland out here. Lots of goats. They remind you of Chroma. They remind you of the little one you took home. Lots of goats.
You're doing this to hurt my feelings now.
I'm
There's
doing
no
it.
fucking way. You're doing this to hurt my feelings.
I have not.
I'm doing it to make everyone feel bad, not just.
I have not almost cried in this campaign except for at that part.
Really, it's just a goat.
No, delivering Thimble.
Oh.
You fucking.
Oh,
cock.
okay. That. Okay, yeah.
So
no, I get
listen,
that one.
On
my
Discord and on Twitch, Hobo is like on the bottom left and Nick is on the bottom right, and as soon as you said that, she took something and threw it, and part of me was like, oh, it's gonna hit him in the head. And I was like, wait, shit, they're not in the same room. Because you threw it in like a perfect sideways throw to where it should have gone right over Lee's head, right into Nick.
I
That
didn't know you
was-
guys were talking about the thing. I thought
No,
you
I
were
was
talking about
delivering
Yeah.
Thimble's body
goat
home.
dad dying.
Right.
Well, because that was the last member besides Sota.
No, I
For
thought
me.
you were talking about the fucking goat that pulled our cart.
Yeah, Thimble's dad, who was very clearly eaten by somebody else. Thimble's uncle also slaughtered.
But we found his remains, though.
You
We
did.
found
You did
Uncle's-
find his remains.
But I don't think we ever told
But you
Thimble
you
about
didn't
that.
give, yeah, as Alador, you did not give them to Thimble. No.
Please tell me the remains are not in the bag of holding.
No, they're not. It was before the bag of holding.
Yeah.
The next day, you progress on. You cross Borskier Bridge. Pretty uneventful travel, for the most part. As you are heading northward along the trade way, in the distance, along what would be a large kind of grassy plateau, you see a fairly broken castle and it's just hanging right on the edge of a cliff, but it's very dilapidated, very broken. Any of you who had traveled this way before, which would be Quark at some point, Vincent,
Me.
and yes, and what's your
Elian.
character's name? Elian. Thank you. I was drawing a huge blank. I'm sorry. Would know that this is Dragonspear, and Dragonspear was where dragon riders used to be trained. the dragon spear fell once. Like the myth that's told is that it's where dragon spears where dragon riders used to be trained on the moor. But they haven't been trained there for several hundred years.
Oh, just so you know, I did put my mask back on.
Okay, so you're eyeing space again. Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Once you left,
Getting closer and closer to the town that I caused a lot of problems in.
yeah.
I am.
So as you're heading further northward, the end of that second week rounds out, and you make it into Daggerford. No major setbacks. 3 out of 4 successful rolls. No major setbacks.
When I'm over
Um,
there, I like to tell everybody
ex-
something.
Through 10 days. Go ahead.
Like, whoa, look, you see that forest? I live right across from it.
Talking about the
My
Misty.
hometown is right
Talking about the
past
Misty
that
Forest?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a.
Okay.
That dude Gideon shit.
Yeah, I mean, we do. You could take a pit stop at home. You could see the no family you have left. As you progress upwards into Daggerford, northwestward, I guess you'd call it, into Daggerford, following along the tradeway, you hear rushing water. You hear, not rushing water, kind of lapping water, because you're getting close to the coast. Smell the salt in the air again. Ian, you're almost home.
I wish I was further away.
Not curious what's happened to Waterdeep in all this time?
Nope.
Been 7, 8. It's been
extremely curious.
been 8
Am
months.
I dumb enough to go back?
Good question. Been 8 months.
You are.
I'm not.
I feel like that's something you would roll for. That's just me.
What do you want me to roll?
Uh,
What do you want me to roll?
Probably a wisdom saving throw, or you could or you could flip a coin. Basically, flip a coin is roll a d20 and call it heads or tails. One evens and odds.
I have a literal coin right here.
Okay, call it. What do you want?
I'll-
Heads
I'll-
is going, tails is not. Or you want it the other way? Tails is going, heads is not.
We'll do heads good, tails bad.
Okay, so heads is hold on. Good for you is a not going.
Yes.
Okay, heads is not going, tails is going. Flip the coin.
just
My cord's not that long.
please
Fine.
just be heads, man. I want to go to Sycamore.
It's head.
Going.
Ooh. That means we're not going.
No, tails is going.
You
Heads was
right?
heads was not going, tails is not going.
At some point, we're going. to
God
Waterdeep.
damn it.
But the plan is currently to maybe get a boat from the river to.
Right. So here's the thing: you could also continue further into Waterdeep and ride that river up as well, and that would actually get you much close. That would drive you up the back of the Moonwood as long as you could get through the ice. You would need an icebreaker.
Yeah. That's
don't
the
have
problem.
that.
Is I would need an icebreaker.
Well, you need an icebreaker ship.
Yeah.
You need a ship with some sort of propulsion that is more than the wind.
Which is gonna be possible at Waterdeep because it's a major commune town.
That would take its things northward,
That
right?
would have
Yep.
things north.
Being that you're getting into a region that you're very familiar with, that Elian would be fairly familiar with, that Korik would be fairly familiar with, I would say that you would know that. If you want to offer that to the group, that is your call. And that the two of you would have a fairly decent idea that you could book passage in Daggerford and in Waterdeep. Not necessarily how accurately you would get to where you're going based on either of those travels. The two of you, he would know because he's from and has spent almost his entire life in Waterdeep.
I hate you. I will inform them of both options. Me being from that region as much as I am, I probably know from travel kind of where the Waterdeep side would land us.
Uh-huh.
Not as much the Daggerford. I probably haven't ridden that river up as much. But I'll let them know of both options and where the landing's possibilities are. Very hesitantly.
My
Well,
boat
which
is the
would be
fastest way.
faster?
You're asking me or him?
Both.
Waterdeep.
Whoever wants to answer.
Waterdeep. Based on his knowledge and what he presents to you, Waterdeep would be a faster option because it would get you substantially closer.
It would add a little bit of ground time from Daggerford.
Probably
But-
3 days of ground travel from Daggerford to Waterdeep on wagon. 3 days.
You'd probably have another. It would probably.
But it would probably
be
cut
5
another
days
week off of
to a
your
week
travel.
from-
Okay,
was a
then
little
my
shorter.
vote's Waterdeep.
Waterdeep.
He's so excited about this.
Do you
I
want
drive
to
the
tell
car
them
to
what's
Waterdeep.
happened in Waterdeep?
Um,
What you did in Waterdeep? Because none of them know.
It's like
None of them
where are
know.
we at right now?
You don't know what it's like in Waterdeep. Yeah, no.
Where are we at right now?
Bring back session 1. Bring back session. Where are you at currently? You are approaching Daggerford.
Okay. So I presented the two options. I'm waiting for everybody to take their vote.
Correct. If you're going to continue on to Waterdeep,
Yes.
or if you're going to book passage here in Daggerford.
Then I will go from there.
Okay. So there's 5 of you. You get 5 votes, right? 1 vote each.
I'm not going to participate in said vote. because
You need 5 people.
I lost.
Otherwise it's
Three of
uneven.
us
Otherwise it's
already
uneven.
Went water deep anyway.
Oh shit! 3 of you said Waterdeep.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's it. We're going to water.
Then it's Waterdeep.
Fuck.
I
really need Adam. He would have backed me.
Caliban wouldn't have known.
No, he wouldn't have.
So
Just stay in the wagon. I'm driving.
Once we leave Daggerford is when I will.
okay.
Or once we're.
So you spend the night. You spend the night in Daggerford. And Daggerford is not a big city by any means. It's very much like how you just were in Triel. There's like, there's maybe 2 inns here in Daggerford. It's very much just like a placeholder between 2 towns.
Isn't this where we killed that big guy?
No, I think that was south of Baldur's Gate, wasn't it?
I thought
Which
that was
big guy?
Daggerford. The fucking guy who
We've
ate
been
a
to
lot of
Daggerford
food.
before.
Oh no, you talking about Duggar?
Yeah.
Duggar was in Othkala,
Yeah.
and he was killed by the.
Oh yeah.
Charles.
Yeah, he was killed not necessarily by Charles, but Charles was involved.
The
Okay.
butler. The butler that hated us the most.
Yeah, it was before Hikaru and Arden had passed.
That was before a lot of.
A lot had happened. Does
I've lost a lot of friends.
Does anybody think that they would have cast any magic in the last 2 weeks of travel for any reason?
Well, I mean cantrips.
Yeah, I mean leveled magic is what I'm asking. I'm gonna have if somebody did, I'm gonna have you make a roll.
I would have hunted.
Fair. Yeah, you need to hunt because
I mean,
You just
you don't
gotta
really
get
have
away.
a use
You're,
to fucking cast magic right now. We're not
you're-
in the fights.
23 souls.
Oh, thank you. Let me update my.
Just
Also-
in case you guys run into anything, as the question is, did you want to cast anything along the way? Any locate objects? Any identifies? Anything like that along the way?
Well, I mean, we know magic is fucked up. I don't see why we would.
The question is there. You're still fairly low level characters. Yeah, you're stronger than most anybody you run into like in a regular town, but you're still entitled to make a bad decision every now and then. I'm asking. Now, you spend the night in Daggerford. You wake up the next morning. Everybody recoups, gets on the wagon, and you begin your journey northward to Waterdeep. He tells you it's a 3-day journey. I need whoever's going to be guiding the wagon to make a survival check.
Alrighty. Fucking hell, 7.
Okay. So on your travel, run into.
So, I have a question.
Okay, hit me.
I understand he's guiding the wagon, but 3 of us are very familiar with the region.
Yeah,
I'll give you advantage on it. That's a good point. Good point.
because I am familiar with the
That
region.
is,
He's
that is a
also
good
from the
point.
region.
Yeah, you've been
One
through it a
area.
time or two. You're from it though. There's a difference. Okay, dirty 20. Dirty 20 better roll. With a dirty 20, you successfully save the wagon from dropping into what would be a sinkhole that seems to be opening up coming from the Ardeep forest. As you pass by the sinkhole, you watch slowly as you kind of skirt around it. Some of the dirt crumbles down, and you notice when you look down into the hole as you pass by, you can't spot the bottom. But you do hear what sounds like rocks crumbling and moving underneath it.
An earth elemental.
And the hole I wouldn't say is massive, but it's big enough that it reaches from say there's probably 30 feet between the two, like the forest paths, and you're on the dirt road in between it. It's reaching from the edge of the forest where it's like opened up and sucked part of the forest in, and it's extended over towards and taken up most of the road. So you had to go like off towards the other side of the forest, off the road 10-20 feet to dodge this in a comfortable manner that you felt doing to get around it. But you do manage to find your way around it, and you progress to Waterdeep. At what point in your journey do you stop and tell them?
We arrive.
Please, Ben, tell the group what you did in Waterdeep.
So I'm gonna, while we're setting up for camp that night, or
Mhm.
because I'm assuming we're giving the horse a break and everything like that.
I would say as you guys are getting closer, you all notice the anxiety and anticipation, just general unhappiness.
The on edge is double or triple.
Right.
So we would have seen the other.
Every noise in the woods he gets jumpy at. Every little crack of a branch or rustle of a leaf, he you see his sword like come out of its scabbard a little bit. He's very jumpy as he gets closer to town, almost paranoid. All of you notice this. I don't give a shit what your wisdom saves are or what your fucking passive perceptions are.
No,
all of you notice it.
fucking obvious.
All of you notice it. But please, tell the group what you did in Waterdeep.
So
35 sessions.
it has been that long, hasn't it?
February 1st? The first week of February, anyway, when we did our first session, yeah.
Because we did our session zeros in.
End of January, early February, right?
Well, no, technically it would have been the end of session 0, wouldn't it, with Waterdeep?
Right. Well, into session 0, part 3, and then session 1 is where we began on the boat. So,
This is the outcome of those actions.
correct.
That I'm aware of.
You feel free. Tell your story how you feel you need to tell your story.
So I'm gonna sit with everybody. I'm gonna gather everybody to
Mhm.
sit. I'm going to remove my mask and set it on my lap. So there's a warning I need to tell everybody before we arrive here. This is my home, and there is a reason I am reluctant to go back. I was part of a guild here. Obviously, as you guys can tell, have my backgrounds, so it's not the most favorable of guilds. Well, on a trip to Candlekeep, I found information regarding the leaders of these guilds, and I spread that to every member of every thieves guild in the city. From the news I have heard, if my face is seen or my name is heard, I'm dead. as well as everybody with me, to start. I'm also under the impression that the city is under chaos, and I have involved a civil war from the Thieves Guild. There is a man somewhere in this city that I wish dead. Quiet on the stream, yeah, I see it.
No. Yeah, no. That's why I was turning the music down so you could hear it.
Okay.
You could repeat yourself. No, that was a somber moment for you to get through, but nobody could hear you because it was quiet. Sorry. That's why I had to turn you up.
The stream side, or
I turned you up in Discord and I turned the music on, the little background music. So they can hear you now.
I will restart.
Sorry.
Damn it. I had that going so
That
good.
was good. That was good. I heard it, but I know it was quiet for everybody.
It was
I'm
good.
sorry.
It's
I was
not
ready
gonna
to
be
say
as good.
something after it too.
That's
damn.
okay. Hold on to your thing.
Okay.
It's okay. Think about it.
Take a
God
shot.
damn it.
Hunter wants you to drink. We're gonna have him go through it again. I know it's gonna break his little immersion, but we're gonna have him go through it again. If anybody couldn't hear it, they can. That way it'll be clear in the VOD for you. That's why I killed the music.
Because
Go
this is
ahead.
what he's been waiting on for 35 sessions.
Yeah.
I've been setting this shit up for 35 sessions.
He has, and I've gone through this in my head a couple
I'm
times.
so fucked.
So to completely restart, I'm gonna bring everybody together, and we're gonna sit down. I'm gonna gather everybody. Cheers the party, you motherfucking! God.
Shit. You take a drink. I gotta do mine.
I don't have anything to drink. I'm sorry.
Beer.
2 jobs. You got 2 jobs. Show up and get drunk.
Ugh.
I'm poor. I can't afford alcohol.
I feel that. I've just been in the house for a while. Okay. I got this. So I'm gonna gather everybody and sit in
got
this
this.
circle while we take our rest. And I'm gonna take my mask off and set it in front of me. I'm gonna tell everybody that I have a warning before we arrive here. This is my home, and
Sorry, Cass' face right now.
I'm not watching you guys to try to fucking get through this.
Cass has had his first Four Loko, and it was bad.
Wait, what? What kind do you have?
It's not a four.
Why the fuck would you
Sorry.
get a Four Loco?
No, that's what everybody's face looks like as they're going through it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mother-
You set the mask down. You gather the group. The fire's lit.
As a group.
You all have
Hold
a
on,
beer,
don't worry.
whatever. You all have an ale.
Yeah.
You pull a map out, whatever you need to do.
I don't need to pull out a map.
I'm suggesting it.
Okay. But Waterdeep is my home, and there is a reason I have been extremely reluctant to return to it. About 8 months ago, while returning from... I'm sorry. Fuck. I did so much better the first time.
Candlekeep.
I skipped a part, but I'm fixing it. As you all may know, or have noticed, that I have probably a more unsavory past. Been associated with things that most would deem dark or evil or criminal, however you see it. But I was part of one of these guilds here in Waterdeep. While I was on a task to recover some information at Candlekeep, I uncovered the truth behind the leaders of what you would call the Thieves Guild in Waterdeep. With Waterdeep being the home
to most of the major leaders of these guilds. I spread this information to everyone, every member of these guilds, which in turn caused a civil war of sorts in the city. So I do not know the shape of the city when we arrive. But my true face and true name cannot be known, or we will all die. There is also a man in this city that I truly wish to be dead. He is the one who raised me in this city. And that's where I'm gonna end that.
Oh well, don't worry about it, man. We can just if anyone gets on our way, we can just throw them in my hole.
I want you to understand the pure amount of enemies I have in this city. Assume the entire city is hostile. I do not know where that civil war led, if it is still continuing, if Waterdeep is even on the map anymore. But somebody had to win. And I have the feeling that it was not who I would have liked.
No.
I just want
Um,
to tell them to just stay in the garage. Try not to show your face.
I will be wearing this mask at all times.
Can a person fit in the bag of holding?
No.
Okay.
you also can't breathe in the bag of holding.
Well, yeah, but
you
can just
you could
suffocate
fit so you could fit a halfling or somebody thin and short inside of it.
Can I go like neck down?
You wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
breathe.
No, and just be a head outside of the bag of holding.
You couldn't get your shoulders down it.
Damn it.
You're too broad. You need like almost childlike personage to put them inside.
What
The
if
the hole is only about this big across. Think of it kind of
What if
like a cinch backpack, like one of the ones you take to like the beach or something, or take to like a sports event. Like a cinch
What if
back.
we fold someone like a lawn chair and put them in?
You could probably fit them.
Okay.
There's pretty commonly like people steal body parts and put them in there, like troll dicks
What if,
and
what if we just first?
yeah, you could but then so when you went in, you couldn't just be like, I want Ben, and then pull his whole body out. You'd be like, I want Ben's right leg, and pull Ben's right leg out.
Be an awesome party trick.
Sure, depending on where you're at. You know,
You gotta
probably
make 'em proud.
not the best thing to do in like a preschool, but
So if we dismember someone, put their body parts in it.
you could. It's also soundproof. Pro tip.
Put it
That's
over their
that's
head
not a
and
that's
kill
not a
'em.
rule that is often talked
So the
about.
thing is, if you put it over somebody's head, you're most likely turning it upside down, and that's gonna be a really bad fucking day.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're gonna get stabbed to shit with a bunch of daggers.
I don't know what's in this bag.
he got it secondhand.
Secondhand bag.
Well, you know there's like a fucking battle axe in there.
Because I put it in there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
What-
the
what-
only item I am currently aware of in the bag.
Why did we never turn it upside down when we were camping somewhere to just figure out what the fuck is in it?
You never have.
Why
Oh,
not?
shit. I don't know. Ben disappeared. He'll be back in a second. His internet might have dropped out. What'd you say?
That's actually a really good idea.
It is a good idea, and you are at a campsite.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So the question becomes, why are we not doing it?
We need to sort this
Because
shit
you
out,
also
know?
don't know what's inside of it.
Well, I mean, there's not going to be anything alive.
No.
Dead
There
by
might
the
be
time.
something.
You
Deadly.
don't know that.
There's nothing breathing in the bag.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be fucking
I'll tell you
ghost in a
that.
bag.
But an
tell you-
air
I'll tell
elemental
you
does
that.
fit in a bag of holding.
An air elemental would fit in a bag of holding.
I don't know why we didn't just trap all the
I
air
have played
elementals.
air
Just dump the
genasies
bag
that
out.
hide in bags of holding. Like we are not opening this bag of holding and dumping it out.
Well, can air genasi
Yeah,
hold their
you guys
breath
have
for
never
fucking infinite amount of
Or
time?
done the thing where you're like, yeah, until they're unconscious, they can hold their breath.
Forever.
It's fantastic.
I definitely think we should
So-
dump this bag out.
So wait, so if you put a fucking air elemental in the bag and put someone that needs to breathe in the bag, could they use the air elemental as like an oxygen tank?
Well, yeah, I guess. Here's the thing.
If you
It
got a
go-
good enough
so
artificer.
listen, the practical use of it is that it goes to the astral sea, right? And your shit, you're just kind of like floating around the astral sea until you reach in and pull it out. Now that being said, like if you put your hand in, you don't put your hand in and feel space water.
Oh.
You know what I
That'd be
mean?
kinda
It's not like you pull your hand out and it's
Go
fucking
ahead and
dripping.
describe
in-
me the feeling of space water comparatively to real water.
Like
Yeah.
clouds?
No, Jello, to make it uncomfortable. It would be
Damn
like
it.
it would be like putting
Listen.
your hand in Jello,
I
I'm
like
uncomfortable now.
Jello.
but very like lukewarm Jello. Like if you made Jello out of piss,
So like,
that is the
are you
warm.
talking like American Pie? Stick your dick in Jello, or
I don't know what that feels
Why
like.
is that a thing?
I don't know what that feels like, but I'm gonna say
Oh,
yes.
it's from the
I'm
movies.
gonna say yes because I don't know what that feels like.
The
I don't
person in
like
chat
this
brings up a good
conversation
question.
anymore. Can we move on?
What?
We
Could you
could,
cut? Could you cut their arms
yeah.
off?
You can cut someone's arms off so
in-
their shoulders doesn't get stuck on the outer
In
side of it.
theories, yes, but you could not reattach their arms unless they were some kind of automaton, like he's talking about a steel defender. It's an automaton.
Listen, mending,
No.
whatever.
Doesn't heal organic surfaces.
Mending doesn't.
No, but
You,
like if
you
they're made
could
of
not reattach someone's arm.
metal, if they're made of metal, right?
No one in
Yeah,
your party is
prosthetic.
made of metal.
You said an automaton, right? Aren't those metal?
Automatons are typically, I mean, they can be made of metal, made of wood, like a, what the fuck are they called? Cass, what was Kane?
But they're not fucking organic materials.
Warforged.
Warforged. So you could take the arms off of Warforged and make them small and slide them in. That's something. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you could disassemble the Warforged entirely as long as you kept his core intact. You know, it's like putting Iron Man. If you took Iron Man's fucking thing out of his suit, what the fuck is his suit? Nothing. It doesn't have its power source. Kind of what comes down to that.
He also doesn't have a heart, so he does.
No, listen, Tony Stark has a heart. We know about that.
we know all about that. We ain't getting into that.
We all cried it in game. I want to hear it.
Never saw.
Well, you should, but you'll cry.
Spoiler
I'm
alert.
a piece of shit for not.
Yeah, it is kind of a spoiler alert, but you're also you're a piece of shit for not having seen it.
Am I a piece of shit for not crying? in game?
Yes.
That's-
Yes,
Damn.
Robert Downey
Like,
Jr.
I
Robert Downey
felt
Jr.
bad.
going was. No, that was rough, bro. That was like the end of. Fuck, what was that game? That was like when Joel died in fucking
Hey,
Last of Us 2.
I didn't cry.
It's years old. I don't want to hear it. It's
it
years
didn't make
old.
me cry. It just pissed me off the way they
I was
did it.
pissed.
That's fair. It tore me up. It tore me
Right
up.
now.
How
Or
about-
like,
how
or
about
like,
the end of Halo
or-
Reach.
or when it, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say ODST, but when a dog when a dog dies in any movie,
Nah,
like Marley and Me, you didn't cry in Marley and Me.
no.
Fuck you, you sociopath.
Fuck that
Yeah.
movie.
Fuck you, you sociopath. I cried Marley and Me.
Oh, how ironic is that?
I haven't cried in like
That
7
was
years. I don't know what to tell you.
Awful. That was so sad.
The beginning of Up. That's a good point. The end of Up, when you know the story. The end of
Yeah,
Up.
that was.
It's a
Dude, Up
rough
was
one for
sad as shit.
everybody.
Yeah.
The worst part is to know that house actually exists. Not that it had balloons in it, but that it does actually exist.
Yep.
I want to buy it.
That's worse. So here we go. Back to the story. What was the last thing I said having to do with D&D? Other than taking the arms off of Warforged, where were we at? I have forgotten.
Story wise, I ended my message. and
Okay,
have
he
answered-
ended his message.
I
What?
answered Nick's first response.
Okay, Is there anything else that needs to be said about Ben's warning?
Or questions. Because I
Because if-
figured that would raise some questions.
If not,
I
we're
feel
gonna
like
go
we're
break.
all kind of
the
used
town
to.
down.
Let me tell you, the warning that he gives you is from a very somber place. You can tell that this comes from a raw and unkempt level of fear. And it's not so much fear for his own life as it is fear for losing. You can tell he has experienced loss before. The fear that you can all see coming from him is the fear from more loss. He is not fearful for himself or for himself. He is full of fear
for my party,
for all of you.
Yeah.
which only one of the party would already know
Nope.
a general idea of the loss that I've gone through. Because
Well, okay. So Chroma would have helped. Yes, he would have helped you deliver Thimble's body, and he
would've
saw
watched
as Soda Lee
Yeah.
or Soda left, right?
he was on the
um,
ship with us.
With Arden and Hikaru, right? So he
Yeah.
experienced some of you guys, but he doesn't know.
He knows about,
He knows of
Alador.
Alador, right? But he doesn't know
How
that
close me and
that
him
Alador was the first one to ever save you.
Yeah,
That without
Many a
Alador, you
time.
would have died in Session 0, Part 1.
I would have in the first 45 minutes of this campaign.
Yeah. Damn.
So there is a level of fear that you all can understand of this and losing a party member, because you guys remember the kobold you fought with. You guys remember him? Good little guy.
The guy who threw
Rest in
shit
peace, that
everywhere.
Yeah,
crazy
what
bastard.
was his name?
I don't fucking remember.
What was his name?
Don't even remember.
Fuck you guys.
Don't remember.
Fuck you guys. I played one fucking character. Y'all remember my character's name? Fuck you.
I don't remember what it was either.
It was Malakas, because it was full of shit in Greek. That was his
Of
name,
course
was
it
full of shit.
I only know that word because of fucking Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah.
Malaka
Malaka.
or whatever.
Yeah, Malaka.
I can hardly remember every.
It's just,
I can
if you think
hardly
about it, it was
remember
close to
everyone else's
malarkey.
character's
Malarkey
name.
is English for full
In
of shit.
fairness, I've stopped memorizing character names from
Because you burned down all their cities?
Adam,
Yeah.
Adam and Nick.
Yeah, because you burned down all their cities?
You
No,
don't
so...
remember Yornir?
Oh no, I remember your character names because right as I start to remember your character names, they fucking die. And then there's Adam. I couldn't even name all his characters.
So,
Quick,
that
remember
being
my
said...
name.
That is true.
Yeah.
Your
That
current one,
being
I don't
said,
know.
his name was Malakas, but you guys all remember the loss of Malakas? Remember the little guy?
Who?
He was funny, he was
a good little
quirky,
crazy guy.
The only
He
thing I remember is I
climbed on
told
shit.
him he dug underground and
he dug
got to
underground,
jump on a fucking
he
vampire.
burnt that painting, he threw fucking steel ball bearings at everything.
He screamed in all of our ears.
That's true. Yeah, no, everyone was trying to read his mind and he screamed a lot. I
You
did
mean
that.
like we did.
I
in
did
Adam's
that.
campaign.
Right. It was worse when it was me. It was worse.
I know. I
'Cause
listened to that entire session.
I did it because that was our Halloween session for anybody that's watching, by the way. Or no, it was the session
No, it
session
was
before
this one
Halloween.
before.
I'm sorry, session before Halloween.
It was the session
um,
while I was at drill because we
it
had
was-
taken a little break from this one.
Shit was hilarious. Probably the best character I have personally ever played, in my opinion. And anyone who's ever watched any DM do this shit online, you know that all we want to do is play the annoying character. Because what do we have to deal with? 6 annoying characters all the time. In their own quirky little ways. So then we amalgamate those all into one character and piss off whoever's DMing.
This is why you would never DM for Matt Mercer. You would, but
So here's the thing. He makes great characters. But they're quirky and annoying. Because that's what DMs do. We pick quirky and annoying characters. Specifically to make everybody laugh. Because we know we can do it. But also to pick on the other DM.
you know I want to
In
see
a way that
session-
we know they can have it.
I want to see a
Handle
one
it,
shot
sorry.
with nothing but 5-year plus DMs.
It's happened. It's been done. But anyways, that being said, you guys round in your night. Does anybody want to say anything else to him before you go to bed for the evening? No? Okay. So the last thing on you guys' last thing on your mind before you go to bed for the evening, before you set up your campsite and hang out and spend the rest of the night, is the warning and the foretelling of the pain that could come, of the torment and destruction that he believes Waterdeep to have undergone, the utter turmoil that he expects to find the city in.
One should be completely fine.
And one of the last things you remember is seeing the fear in his eyes for the first time. Chroma,
Yes.
it reminds you of the fear of the old man in the city when he told you the end has come.
Oh.
That would be a great time for break.
It is break. That's why I did it like that. So, anybody here? We'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm going to run to the restroom, get water, get whatever we need. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We appreciate you. See you.
You guys have been amazingly active tonight. Chat, now is a great time to also ask questions because we will stick around and answer.
BRB. There we go. Okay, we're on the BRB screen. I'm grabbing water. I'll be back.
Yep.
Ask your questions. Live your life.
Yeah. Ask questions away. Somebody will be sitting here to answer them.
Yeah.
Hunter, fuck you for making me drink more than I'd planned to already.
You be alright, my boy.
Hunter, I'm sorry I didn't drink. I don't have alcohol.
It's fine. In the last 2 times that we've been cheers, I only drank water, so. Lucky there's a timer. Hunter, I can make it to where you can't redeem anything. We can have a mod battle. Oh, actually, we can't. Fuck.
Damn.
I tried to time him out. I tried so many times.
Feeling. Did I set the tone ominously enough?
I feel like if it weren't for the fact that I had to stop, that would have been much better set.
Yeah, I apologize. It was because I had the music
It's
going.
okay.
If I would have
It's
known that it was gonna get really somber, or like really deep, real quick, I would have killed the music as soon as you started talking. That is on me.
I made that as deep as I could for your pleasure.
It was good. It was good. 35 sessions. 35 sessions. And this is where we. $35 sessions, and this is what we've come to.
I'm not excited.
And-
I'm excited.
And Adam,
as me, I'm
and
excited.
Adam is not here to experience it.
Adam is not here. He
35
just
sessions, and Adam doesn't get to see what happens in
He
Waterdeep.
just has to watch 2.5 hours of the VOD to hear it. That was probably the most into my character I've been so far.
It ain't done yet.
Nope. Nope. We ain't even touched my story. This is the first time we've touched my character's backstory since session 0.
Because you ran from it.
I helped everybody else with theirs.
You ran away from home.
As you knew I was going to do as well, though. That's why you played the story out like you did.
Right. Story ain't done, homie. The end is nigh.
So far, the end is nigh. That's
The end
my
is
problem.
nigh, but we ain't done yet.
The end is nigh, and I've got so much shit. I'm also in a shit mood because of one of my soldiers right now.
Was he being a little super cunt?
No, I'm going to sign dishonorable discharge papers Monday.
Times. What do you do? Drink and drive?
No.
No, they would
Yes.
cover that up. It's the
No.
army.
No.
Do I need to mute my stream before we discuss
Yes, please.
classified information?
Well, it's not classified, but it's his personal information. It's just
As long as his name's not, I don't give a shit.
I
But yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
smoke a cigarette.
intense. Yeah, I mean, you need it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Great day though. Before this,
That sounds like
did
it sounds like a
this
rough day, but it's probably a good
I
thing
got
that we did meet.
nice parade with all of our like just enlisted guys that haven't been to basic yet. So
Well,
we picked
now you have to take everybody to fucking training for this shit too. Don't do this.
That's also my job as the EO and SARP.
Right.
Because I'm currently the brigade.
Don't do this.
I don't know how that happened, but our SARP and our brigade side EO and SARP reps are currently at schools.
Yeah.
And I'm unit level, and our battalion level is already dealing with a big enough case that he can't take on anything more. So I'm currently.
So you're the one that gets handed it.
Yeah. I'm not even a high enough rank to be a SARP. You're
Listen,
supposed to be an E7.
I don't make the
anything
rules.
above you.
I don't make the rules. You just go by them.
I know, and I hate my life. I'm going to let those no longer
Me
be an
too.
option. So,
I mean, I get it adds more stress to your life, but just take take
it's,
a breath, homie.
it's not that it adds more stress. It's fucking people are fucked up.
What did I tell you, homie? What is the first thing that you learn when you go in the army? First thing, Cass. What's first thing when you look at the guy next to you? What's first thing you think?
Fuck you.
That's probably number one. What's the second thing you think? What's the second thing you think?
No,
How
dude,
the fuck do you breathe on your own?
That's fair. Hunter can probably vouch for this even better than I can because they run it.
Hunter was the one. So listen, when we were growing up, me and Hunter's brother bullied Hunter because Hunter was not the most intelligent youth. And then as we got older, Hunter started to get into his grades. He got really into JROTC. That inspired him to get his shit together. Right. So it actually had a positive impact on him, and I'm super proud of him for getting his shit together, growing up, and being a responsible adult.
Says, bullying works to an extent.
Yeah, there's a point when it does become abusive, but there is a line when it is effective, and that's what I do with you guys. I bully my players.
Well, I mean, considering that's mine and yours entire relationship.
Right.
I've been bullied enough to last a lifetime. Please stop bullying me.
Just in this campaign, I feel like I've bullied you enough.
You know, Hobo, in fairness, you were the only thing to keep all of us from being absolutely turned off on Twitch.
The murder hobo, you are the thing that stops them from being a murder hobo party. You understand that, right? Like you play the only semi-sane character.
How ironic, considering you all call me hobo. How
I mean,
ironic.
That's what you introduce yourself as. You know, that's what you told me you wanted to be addressed as, so that's what I address you as. I'm gonna be honest with you, I done forgot your real name. It's been so long,
It's
shit.
okay,
I've known you since
that way.
February. I done forgot that shit.
I think I remember.
I accidentally said, yeah, I accidentally said my name on while you were streaming Star Citizen a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hopefully he didn't hear it.
I forgot. Did your game ever download? Star Citizen ever finish? Still working.
Okay, so here's what happened.
Okay.
I started the download this morning,
Uh-huh.
and then I laid down to take a nap because I woke up way too early. I woke up at 11. It was not downloading anymore. So I started the download again and walked away. And I got like 20 gigs into the download, and then it stopped downloading again. But it saved that progress, so now I only have 40 gigs left.
So it started up again? Like it's still functioning from that point on? Or did you have it paused right now?
It was. I had to stop it so that I could be in this chat.
Okay.
Because if I were
Two things at once.
downloading it, I wouldn't be using my computer right now. I've been like not using my computer. So it's getting there. I'm hoping that if I download, like if I leave it downloading tonight, I'll be able to play it tomorrow.
Hopefully.
that may be wishful thinking, considering it has been it was downloading for
If it doesn't, I would
9 hours.
if it doesn't, I would send an email to their support staff and be like, "Hey, I've been trying to download this for days. You know, I get to about 20 gigs, the server, or not the server, the launcher crashes. Does it ever pop up like an error code or anything for you to see, or does it just close?"
Sometimes it says network error, which I understand. Sometimes it just says authentication error.
Okay.
Sometimes it says there's a corrupt file, and then sometimes it just crashes. It just closes completely.
Okay, I would say that it keeps popping up all these
when
issues.
I was reading, when I was reading the forum for this exact issue that other people were having, people had been trying for months to get this game downloaded with zero progress. I'm kind of shocked that I've made any progress considering how fucked up this download is.
What game?
Okay. Well, I mean, if it doesn't work beyond that,
the launcher is garbage.
Oh.
I think we looked at the same Reddits too, because I was looking at all different kind of stuff on Reddit to try and make it work. I would say if it doesn't work this time, email the support staff. That's really all you can do. There's nothing else I can suggest for you that you haven't already done.
What is it doing to you?
Yeah.
When you try to download.
Oh boy, it's saying it'll say a network error, which I understand. Sometimes it'll say an authentication error. Sometimes it says a corrupt file. And then sometimes the launcher just closes without any warning. It just crashes.
I know when
I have tried
it,
so many fucking things to fix it.
When I downloaded it, I had to sit here the whole time and click download like every 2 minutes to finally get it to completely download.
So you had a similar problem.
Yeah, it would download for like 2 seconds. It would download a portion and then cut out. I would just go back, close the launcher, go back in, click download. It would do another percentage of it, rinse and repeat until I fully had it.
That's basically what's happening to me right now.
It took me about an extra hour of what
figured
the
out,
download
or
time
I've been
would be,
using some of the.
but that's what I had to do to get Star Citizen to download.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it was just a
no, if it doesn't
or
fully download by if it doesn't fully download by tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna email them and be like, hey, what the fuck, your launcher's broken. Right,
so the only other thing I can think of is if it crashes, I would give it one more chance. There's a way you can reset the launcher and like basically
install it completely and...
She's done that. There's a way you can reset the launcher, like a certain set of keys you push, which I'll have to look it up. It's like Control-Alt-Shift-B or some shit, Control-Alt-Shift-R or something like that. Did you do that part?
Is it how you had me do it?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's Control.
Yeah, it's when the launch game button doesn't pop up. So Control-Alt-Shift-R. It'll reset the launcher. You have to sign back in, and it may let you do it then. Because sometimes when you open the launcher, it'll actually be stuck where you don't have the launch game button. You have to reset it, sign back in, and then you can do it. Try that one. If it doesn't work, we'll send the email. That's probably the best bet.
Are we gonna have a LikelyAMimic?
Yeah, I'll give that a shot.
No, it's the Cult of Cock and Balls. I already made it.
I don't know.
Oh, did you? You haven't even sent me an invite to it yet.
Should have one.
When did you?
It would be on the website.
Oh.
I think Hobo has one too. The invite to the org. And I also put it in like the Discord too. There's a Star Citizen org like information. Which I haven't put anything in it yet, but it's there. And then Socrates posted like location to all the caves. It's an organization, so it's like it's kind of like a Xbox clan, but it's in fucking Star Citizen. You know, you're part of a specific org. You get like a title based on the org. It's an organization. Ours is faith based. That's the best part. The cult. I'll work on it. We'll work on it when we get off D&D. We'll work on it.
Yeah.
We'll work on it when we get off D&D. Just remind me later. Put an alarm on your phone from 1:30 to remind me.
D&D right now.
So
D&D.
to pull back in, you guys wake up. You'll have your long rest. You're all full hit points.
I'm gonna say I got my long rest, but it was a very bare minimum restless night.
Okay. Are you saying you want to take a point of exhaustion
Select-
I wouldn't
because of
say I'm
your?
exhausted, but I'd say
Saying it for
it
flavor.
was not the best of nights for me. So I'm
Okay.
on.
That's fine. You're on edge. I get you. That's why, like, when she was Thimble, she got the option to take a point of exhaustion based on something she had done. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
Um.
not that I'm pretty damn close though.
Okay. That being said,
JJ, just for note, I'm selecting fire as my element for the day
okay.
for the ring.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You're good. Yeah, you've spent enough time with it now. You played with it enough
Okay.
over the last couple of weeks. You got a hold of it. So
Okay, cool.
pick up with you guys all waking up as you pack your things back in the cart. In the time it takes you to pack your things back in the cart, 2 wagons pass you heading southward on the road. They're not heading towards Waterdeep. They're heading away from it. They're heading toward what would be towards Daggerford, but with the intent likely of heading further south. Judging by how much is packed in the cart, it looks like these people are leaving,
Can I
like
wait
moving
them
away.
down?
Hey, like, yeah. Make me a persuasion check to try and get. Because you do
15.
in fact look like all the people that are in town. I'll say 16. That's good. The 16. One wagon stops, but when the man guiding the wagon stops, you can see he's very fearful, and he keeps putting his hand down to his side, the side that you can't see. Like he is sitting above you, right? Because you're looking up at him in a wagon, but he keeps putting his hand down to his side. You can't exactly see where his hand's going. You don't know what's over there. But
I assume that he's probably grasping a weapon, though. Being my
if,
background.
if you choose to assume that is your presumption.
Okay.
You make that choice yourself. I don't tell you how to make that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask him what's going on. Why is it seem people are leaving in a hurry with all of their belongings?
We're getting the hell out of town.
What's going on in town?
It's hell. The gangs have taken over. It's not like it was months ago. It was. Luckily, the fighting in the streets has calmed down, but I can't risk my family like that anymore. I don't want any trouble. If you're one of their guard, we'll turn around. We'll go back home.
No. We're heading in that direction, and seeing people leave in such a hurry is alarming.
Don't do that. Don't go to Waterdeep. Get out any way you can. Go somewhere else. Why would you want to go there?
We're traveling, and it's by boat up the river through Waterdeep is the fastest way for our destination. That's why we were heading there.
Well, the river is kind of being stopped. So he's gonna mention a particular guild name that you would recognize. I don't remember. It's the something I. Shit.
My guild.
The shadowy eye or some shit. Shadow's eye shadow. Fuck, what's the name of it?
Shadow?
Eyeshadow, yeah.
I'm looking through.
The lip
No,
gloss
I
is
was making a
popping.
joke.
Lip gloss is popping. Lip gloss is cool. That's what it is.
Agents of the Eye.
No.
Okay, so so the Shadow is the other guild. So he's the
Shadow Thieves is the other guild.
Shadow Thieves, right? So he's gonna say that the Shadow Thieves have taken the river. They've taken the lock. And they will not let any ship pass without paying their tax. The city has devolved into a semi-warring, semi-peaceful, like they've reached some sort of armistice at the very least, some sort of
Do you know
ceasefire.
Who is in control of the city? Is there any specific guild?
No, it's cut up in the city.
Okay. Would you happen to be able to tell me what parts of the city are ran by who?
Listen, I gotta get my family out of here. We're not far enough outside of the city for me to be standing here having a conversation with you.
Very well.
I wish you the best, but I gotta go.
Thank
And
you for
he
your
whips the
time.
reins and moves on.
I had to at least try to dig.
It was a good try. The dice said no.
I tried to get as much out of a 16 as I could.
Yeah.
I'm going to relay all of this information word for word to everyone
We heard it.
who might not have heard me, or heard them, or.
What?
And I'm going to ask what they want to do.
Let's just steal a boat.
Yeah, we're kind of already like balls deep into this go into water deep thing. Let's just go. And if anyone tries to make us pay a tax, we could just fucking kill them. I don't know.
See, I mentioned she's the sane one, and now she does this. She's doing it despite me.
I am doing it despite you.
So and this is me asking, trying to remember. Agents of the Eye is the guild that me and you talked about me being part of, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the Shadow Thieves being the
No. That's incorrect. You're part of the Shadow Thieves.
Yes. Okay. And Agents of the Eye.
Agents of the Eye are the opposed ones.
Opposed. Okay.
Right, but based on the book that was written in Draconic that you had found that was written in Sam's handwriting, which is what caught you so deeply off guard about this. It was written in Draconic, a language you did not know that he spoke, read, or wrote, and that Yornir had translated to you. They gave you the information that they were all dealing together, and that the schism that seems to have currently happened is... Make me an intelligence check.
Okay.
So they were one unit that were functioning as several different units, effectively, is the information.
So, and I'm just asking for some clarification. Well, it'll be the same roll either way. 12. Because I was gonna ask if you wanted me to do a history because it was
this is something based off the information that you know. This is something you could infer.
It's
12 with a 12. You would presume, or the information that you could presume from that I would give you, is that the information that you provided likely caused such a schism that these two entities became warring with one another. They began to war with one another. And
somebody came out on top.
not necessarily. They could have split the city up and be currently like warring in small pieces, but the thing is what sort of shadow government has overlaid the shadow government or whatever that did exist within the Thieves Guilds above the Thieves Guilds, the information that you provided forward, that Korik is now striking you as rather odd, because this is information that you didn't know. And you're also part of one of those guilds.
How long has it been since I've been to Waterdeep?
I don't know that you would have been to Waterdeep, but the guilds themselves spread across the nation, right? Think of them like the corporate entity in each city, like a franchise, right?
Waterdeep's like the epicenter.
Waterdeep is the
home office.
epicenter, right? Yeah, home office. That's a good way to put it.
The hub.
Hub, yeah. Not the hub. Y'all gotta calm the fuck down with that orange and black shit. Not the hub, all right? Different hub. Different hub. Damn it, fucking no. Fuck you, Nick. That was funny.
What?
Fuck you, that was funny. You didn't laugh.
No.
It would strike you as rather strange because you are part of a guild, which I don't think I ever discussed with you, Lee, which guild you were a part of. If you would like to make that decision, you can Google the Thieves Guilds of Waterdeep.
I can send you the list. I have a list.
He's got it, okay, and then you can decide which one you'd like to be a part of. You want to do a little research and decide how that might affect your future actions based on whatever commitments you may have previously made.
Because that is a conversation I had planned in our short distance between now and the interest of Waterdeep to have with you.
You can take some time, do a little reading about it, see what you see. There's not a whole lot of information, but there's some. And I would say that you, Ben, as Vincent, would probably infer the information that the information you provided caused such a schism that the city began to just burn itself in half, right?
Yeah. So my
That
current
there's-
concern
That
as
he
my character
go ahead.
is not the city.
It's Sam.
It's the fact that Sam now runs the river.
Maybe.
And if Sam is still in charge of the Shadow Thieves, he now runs the river. Which means that my former guild has become unavoidable.
Maybe.
At least in my current mind.
You saw this opportunity and you were like,
I did.
I knew it was coming. I knew he was gonna do it.
I knew it. This bastard.
He wasn't gonna keep
bastard.
letting me go right around it. He wasn't.
I gave you the option to not go to Waterdeep.
You gave me.
I
I
gave you.
My fucking shit penny.
I gave you the option. Yeah, so flipping a die is rolling a 1d2. That's what that's referred to as, because it only has two sides, right? So I gave you the option. The dice decided that it was your time to go home. I didn't make that decision.
I know.
The dice made it.
You're just really fucking excited about it.
Um,
You've been waiting
so-
for this
so
for
listen.
a while.
the Shadow Thieves, he tells you the Shadow Thieves have control of the water and the coastline. The majority
inform them that
of
is
the
my
city is the I one that I have now forgotten the name of again because I have brain damage.
Agents of the Eye,
Those guys
the second largest guild of Waterdeep.
has control of the city.
I think that was the second largest guild. Let me.
That sounds right. I don't know. Has control of the city.
Yeah, I mean, there's
That they have
1, 2, 3,
effectively
4,
split the
5.
city in two. That's the information he gives you. So the other thieves guilds that you know of, he does not mention at all.
So Agents of the Eye
Uh-huh.
is actually part of Xanthar's Thieves Guild.
Yes.
So, Xanthar's Thief Guild is Agents of Xanthar, or the Eye,
Right.
the most powerful holder in Waterdeep.
Yep.
So, those are the two biggest, while the other ones are like a barbaric or primarily.
I hear you.
Barbarian.
So the information that you have gathered based on what this guy told you
Yeah.
is that there are only two left. That the last 8 months have been utter slaughter.
So, what most
That-
likely happened.
that a lot
was
of the city-
small guild.
A lot of the city is not currently still standing. It's smoldering. That they're not rebuilding, but that what stands is split into two sections. The coastline being the Sea of Swords, right? And following down the river, including the lock that lets people into the river, is all under the control of the Shadow Thieves. The rest of the city that is still standing is under the control of Xanathar's Guild of Thieves. That's what you get. That the rest of them likely do not exist anymore. That is what I would say. I would say that based on your intelligence, based on your role, what you grab is that they were
They have new
either
things coming.
they were either adopted or killed off.
Okay.
You've seen thieves guilds be adopted into another thieves guild.
It happens.
You've
Yeah.
also seen a thieves guild slaughter an entire thieves guild.
Yes.
A smaller entity
I've
that was trying to
probably
like.
been part of that.
Right.
Being the guild size that I am, I've probably been part of many.
I would say many. We're level 1. We
Or
started the
I say
campaign.
many as in like 4 or 5.
Okay.
Small
Um,
guilds that might have popped up.
So the information that you're given from the rest of the group is that maybe you could steal a boat. That's the suggestion that was put forth.
Okay, we can try.
Now, you would also know that icebreakers do occasionally come through Waterdeep. And you
that
would
we would need one.
you would know that you are going to hit a point where you are likely going to need an icebreaker.
Okay.
Because you are heading north. You are looking for a specific kind of ship that has a metal bow and has its own thrust that is not the wind. Or you could try and find an airship. Airships being a lot less common in Waterdeep because they were more for long distance travel. They would travel to a place like Othkatla, for example, but there were none there the last time you were. Othkatla would send them to Mastika. Right? Mastika is effectively like, if you think of Othkatla like the 1400s, early 1500s, like Spain as an empire, or Britain as an empire, and then think of Mastika as like Mexico. They're sort of imperializing it, sort of developing a trade network with it. There's
but it's
this
extremely
weird.
far away.
Yeah. And you probably, any of you who know any history of the region have probably heard of a disappearing continent, and Mastika is the disappearing continent.
Okay, so I would be familiar, or at least aware of.
That it exists, but you would also know that it is very, very far away.
But I'd be aware of the possibility, though slim, that there's an airship.
It could be, but it would be in the city. It wouldn't be at the coast.
Okay.
Get into a little piracy.
I inform them of the two possibilities of the possibility of an airship being in the city, or the fact that we are going to need an icebreaker ship.
Now, I would also like to tell you that both of those things probably heavily guarded, and you would know that, because those would be incredibly important to somebody trying to set up some sort of government within a, semi post-apocalyptic
Fallen city, yeah.
scenario. Fallen city, sure. A means of long distance travel or uninterrupted travel, an escape route. Shit, to a rogue, that's a wet dream.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I'll inform them of all of that there's going to be a fight, regardless of what we do, to get one of these. Most likely.
And you've spent your whole life in town, you'd know exactly where things like those would be kept. That the airships would meet at a large tower in the center of town, they dock to it, they nose into it, and you could fit up to 5 in the tower, though you've only ever seen 3 there at one time.
But it can,
it can fit 5. And you would know that if they had an icebreaker, it would be on the inside of the lock, because they don't go into the ocean. They're too heavy to see the seas. They're heavy enough that they can plow through river, plow through ice, but they are too heavy. They're too heavy to go in this ocean. Correct.
Okay. So I know the 2 places to look, at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've lived your whole life in the city, you would know.
Which, in fairness, the tower for the airships, I'd probably be able to see from substantially farther than I would be able
Yeah,
to.
fuck yeah, it's several hundred feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be able to see it from the entrance.
Sure.
Okay.
But you'd have to get to the entrance, and you're in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Probably
That's something.
probably off in the woods, and like you actually had to run out to the trail when you heard somebody traveling on a cart to try and see if it was anybody dangerous before you approached, kind of scenario.
We'll come back
Um,
to the airship question when we get in range of you allowing me
Sure.
to look.
That's fine. Lee, have you decided which guild you would like to be part of?
Yeah, plague rats.
Okay. So that would be your guild. The information that he gives you is that guild was either adopted into one of the other two, or it no longer exists in Waterdeep. That its higher structure that would exist, its higher ups that exist in Waterdeep, it's effectively its generals, its lieutenants, its fucking captains, its colonels, effectively do not exist, or they were adopted into one of the other, the two that are currently existing, which are the Shadow Thieves or the Xanathar's Guild of Thieves. That's what you both have.
And I'll say this as we've packed up and we're moving. If you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Just because we still have a couple hours. In the conversation with Korg, I'm asking him what affiliations he has, because I mean I can tell he's of the same affiliation as me, of some
Yeah,
sort.
he's roguish in nature.
Yeah. So I'm asking him that before we get there.
Yeah, feel free to ask him the question.
So what are your affiliations
I mean, literally repeat the words.
or guild that you would be with? Affiliations sounds better. Fuck off.
What guild dost thou belong?
Dost thou?
The
Will
plague-
you betray?
The plague rats and the Kraken Society. They kind of work hand in hand.
I can barely hear you, bud.
Plague rats and the Kraken Society. They work closely.
My nose. He's googling those really quick.
No. I have that up. I mean, I'm wording my reply.
Okay.
Is
Does anybody else want to
I'm
be?
aware that his guild might have been slaughtered.
Yeah.
Which he is also aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I'm pretty unbothered though.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Plague rats, you would know, pretty commonly dwell in the sewers, right? They use tunnels. They use tunnels as escape routes, like underground tunnels.
That would be the servants of Darktide.
Mm-hmm. I'm aware.
Plague rats are in the docks.
Right. Where do sewers put out?
So okay. Sorry, when you say the sewer system, it's
No. I'm saying they would use it as an escape route to get back home
okay.
to their dock, wherever they're hiding at the docks. Now,
Okay.
at your Kraken Society, pretty close together. Right? They're more water based, like they would impose their little taxes on the water boys, right?
Mhm.
But your plague rats would be guys that would probe into the city but don't really have a huge foothold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you would be somewhat experienced with them. They posed very little threat to the Shadow Thieves and to what would be the other the semi-equivalent guild being Xanathar's.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, what does the group do? That's a decision you all need to make, not just Ben.
Right to
Nope.
a waterway.
Yeah, probably.
Do that. Cass, are you even still here, homie?
Man down.
Or it might be a man down. Cass.
Fucking died, bro.
Cass.
I'm here.
Oh, he's
I'm-
here.
I'm
He's here.
There it is.
Okay. Okay. We were just worried about you. We was checking.
So there is one other option of how we can do this.
Go around Waterdeep.
No. We've committed. We're either getting a boat or an airship out of this bitch.
If we can
But-
find an airship, that would be preferable.
We will be able to find out as soon as we are within range of Waterdeep if we can get an airship.
I don't know yet. They're not extremely common, but they do sometimes dock there.
And I would tell you, you would guess, you would, I mean, you would know that whoever had control of the tower would not let that go.
Yeah.
If the captain of that ship was going to try and sail away, the guy would throw him from the deck of the ship.
Yeah.
Whoever was in control of the tower would not let that ship leave without his say so. If there was a ship there.
A airship is going to be extremely difficult unless one of us here
Extremely
can pilot.
valuable.
Yeah, but you're forgetting you can go invisible.
Nah, you let me get to the plan. I can go invisible. But I can't pilot an airship.
I don't have my airship license.
So,
My air-
what's
But
the harm in
I'm not water deep air certified. I can't fly in this zone.
thing is, if we're able, if an airship is the option we want to go to, I may be able to find the captain if he's still alive.
The FAA is gonna get after me. The Faerun Aviation Administration, or Aviation Agency. What the hell's FAA stand for?
Federal Aviation Administration.
Okay, the
Federal Aviation
Faerun,
Administration.
the Faerun Aviation Administration.
They go shoot me down, man.
They're not gonna let us get out of here. They're gonna send in the witches on brooms and shit.
But no, okay.
I can't use magic.
If
Broom still works.
there is no airship though, a small group of us can go to scout the ships, find the one we're looking for, see how heavily it's guarded, kind of get some base information. We meet up at some point where we've decided inside the city would be the best place for us to meet. And we go from there. Any operation we do is going to have to be at night. It is going to probably be our best chance. While yes, I can go invisible, I could get onto the ship and at least unanchor it. It's still going to have many potential enemies on it or around it. So we will have a fight, but we just need to try to choose where we want to take this fight. What did you do?
I might have just dislocated my pinky.
Again?
That's a
You
pinky.
be
It's
dislocating things a lot, homie.
listen. I didn't decide that this is gonna happen. Okay. I might cry. That hurts.
But what do y'all think?
Fixed it. It hurts.
Good job.
It hurts bad. I should probably tie that to something so it doesn't move again. That hurts really bad.
You're gonna be okay.
Probably not.
Come up with this totally serious plan and just fucking dislocates.
I was trying to pop it and then it bent the wrong direction.
Stop doing that.
Anyways, city burning.
Uh-huh.
Are you approaching at
Traveling
night?
towards it.
It's on fire.
The parts of it still.
Well, I mean, I've proposed a plan to them. I don't know if they've. I've got one. Okay. I've got a cast. It looks like he's gonna pass out.
I vote we go for the river.
We can go for the river. That's fine.
I vote skies only because this is going to be a great mode of transportation in the future as well.
I also agree with that.
Yeah, that's true.
Hot air balloon, baby.
The balloon.
That's
Hey.
three.
Balloon. This is if they have one there.
If not, we can take a warship.
If not, we'll have to take an icebreaker.
Yeah, I thought we steal the icebreaker because we could sell it.
The certain
We could sell an airship for a lot
we can also sell
more.
an airship.
Are we gonna sell the captain with it?
Yes. I have
Uh-huh.
chains and a lock.
None of us are
Sure.
airship pilots.
I mean, we can always throw the cap. We can always take care of the captain later.
This is
Uh,
a lawless city. We can sell
I'm
people.
pretty sure he's gonna be happy to be
So,
free.
Nick,
Yeah.
in his travels as a merchant, would you say that Elian would likely have traveled by airship at some point before? Your call. To or not?
Yes, probably, maybe.
You would know in that it sails exactly like sails, air quotes, is piloted. How fuck is fucking spun a wheel, right? Just like you would a fucking standard ship. You
Yeah.
spin a wheel to turn, spin a wheel to turn. You push the wheel forward to go down. You pull the wheel back to go up.
Mhm.
It's not much more complicated than that.
It's a flying ship.
Yeah, it flies like it doesn't have a mast. It's powered by two large crystals, one on each side. They kind of come off in little wings, but it's shaped like a normal ship. It flies like a ship does on water.
Okay. I tell him I may be able to fly an airship if we get one.
I will keep that in mind. But first, we need to find out if they have one.
Okay.
Then why are we still standing here talking? Let's
Oh,
go
I
get
was
the
doing
ship.
this as we were riding through the carriage.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
riding.
Yeah, we're
Um,
currently riding.
How close are you getting? Because I would say you're probably only about 3 hours outside of town. How close are you getting in the wagon? Because this is going to be a like ditch the wagon kind of scenario. If you're all going, ditch the wagon, free the horse kind of scenario, or leave it there so we'll starve to death. It's not like that's the worst thing you guys have done all campaign.
Animal cruelty. Let's just add it to the list.
We
Maybe
can't.
half a mile away.
We can't starve dog. Okay.
We'll let
we
him
can't
go in
be
the
cruel
woods.
to dog.
I'd say probably 30 minutes outside of the
You guys know
gate.
dog eats cats?
Okay. Alex is eating some pussy.
Can we?
I'm glad
fit
you caught that.
dog?
We fit dog in the bag.
Hang
of
on,
holding.
hang on. She's processing. She's processing. Hang on, she's loading.
Can we?
She's
She'll
bugging.
she'll
can we
get
fit
there.
Dog in the bag of... Please.
No, you couldn't put dog in the bag of holding. It's the full-size horse. What are you talking about? No, you could
We're
not
gonna
put a
set it
fucking
free
horse in the
so
bag.
it
Does
can-
anyone have?
Enough pieces, we could put dog in the bag.
If you turned him into glue, you could put dog
Oh,
in the bag.
listen.
We're not cutting up dog.
The horse doesn't have sharp edges, right?
I cut the.
No, but it also can't fit in your fucking pocket. It can't be larger than the width of the pocket.
What? No, that sucks.
Just like anything put in the bag of holding can't be larger than the bag. Like, it can't be larger than the inlet.
Wider than the bag?
Yeah, wider than the bag.
Okay. At the time, like, you put swords and shit in that bag. That bag is tiny.
A battle axe in this motherfucker.
Yeah, no, as long as it's not wider than the bag, you know what I mean? Wider than like this, you could shove it through the bag.
I have a whole little person in this bag. You telling me you can't fit in?
You could throw a gnome out of a bag, yeah.
The bag has a diameter of 1 foot.
Yep.
That is the dimension.
Think of it like a cinch bag. Cinch bag.
No,
Same
I'd
bag.
say a 30-minute walk. So like just able to.
Half a
30-minute walk.
Maybe just barely able to see.
I
the
would say
gate.
a mile, somewhere around a mile, because the average human walk speed is 2 miles an hour, right? That's like actual human speed. I don't know what in game would be, but we'll call it. You say park about a
So
mile.
slow.
It is, but that's normal walk speed is 2.
I wish
That's
there was
that
an army.
lady you wanna
Super
run
slow.
over the fucking cart in Walmart with because she's walking so goddamn slow. You old bitch.
I wish that was the army's walk
Yeah.
speed.
You clear your throat and give them dirty looks so they get the fuck out of the way.
Start playing Ludacris's Move, bitch. Cass knows what it's about.
Aggressively say excuse me because you're overly polite.
Oh, you mean like
Walking
everybody in
slow
Arkansas?
hurts the shit out of my back.
I agree. Anyways, You guys,
Yeah, we'll
you
release
guys,
the horse,
you
stash
guys
the kid.
ditch the wagon. Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You release the horse. You might not get him back if you have to double back for this wagon.
That's
Or-
alright.
We're planning
There
on
is
getting the
no-
boat anyway.
There is
No,
no double back at this point.
I don't know what you're deciding to do. So I have to presume that
Stealing
everything is
mother's-
I have to Schrodinger's cat an entire campaign. I don't know what you're going to do, so I have to be able to
We-
guess what
we
could
steal
happen
his
at all
mother's
times.
I can poof a horse.
Oh, he
We
can't do that.
Poof.
He can call upon a horse.
Yeah, he can poof a fucking astral steed that you can't actually he can sit on, but no one else can touch.
Yeah,
Is
but I can
that what
still
you're talking
hook up
about?
to the wagon. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If you can touch it, nobody else can. It can't hook up to the wagon.
Well, we can hook him up to the wagon.
You could hook
Walk
him
the
up to the
right
wagon.
horse.
Right.
You know,
Right. Yeah.
walk
Okay.
the
Well,
horse.
dog.
I hear you.
No.
That's gonna be a strength check like every 10 seconds to see if he can hold on with his teeth to the horse's bit.
Now, what if we tie him to the horse?
What horse? You don't know there's a horse.
What if he tells us?
No.
Alador told you there was a deck of cards. You didn't fucking listen to him.
Well, because he was stupid enough to open the deck of cards that nobody else could fucking see, and now look where he is.
Damn.
The
You
astral plane
you gonna call
of
Thimble?
prison.
You gonna call Thimble stupid like that?
Yes.
Thimble
Damn.
was drunk. It's different.
That's fair. She was drunk and pretty charismatic.
Thimble was extremely
Thimble
intoxicated.
was very drunk.
Spicy
He
milk.
did not need to be given a
Spicy
color.
milk.
She was very drunk.
Spicy milk.
But the other thing is, even if she had not pulled from the deck, she would have probably thrown the deck out of her hand because it was then in her way,
And then drew all the cards.
and then drew all the cards, and we'd all been.
Yeah,
Um.
something would have happened. She probably would have done
All right.
something like that.
All right. So here's what I think is gonna happen. You guys are gonna have to sit outside of town until night, right? You planning on doing this at night?
No, so we're going scouting.
The whole group is going scouting, or you specifically the one that can go invisible
I plan
and
to go
can
scouting
teleport 500
invisibly.
feet with his cape?
Yes, I plan to go scouting. From here, though, can we see the city?
I would say you could see the outline of the city and the skyline. Sure.
Okay.
You could
He
see-
has
you
one
could
of my
see this-
pendants before he goes.
There you go, Mart.
What was it?
You can
A
talk to
sending
him now.
pendant.
Okay, cool.
So sending is message 25 words or is sending 25 words? I think it's message. I don't remember.
Message doesn't say
I
anything
think
about
it's
25
sending.
words.
Okay, so then sending you have a limit of 25 words. You have spent enough time with these to fuck around with them. You have 3 charges. And then it's burnt for the day. You can talk through it, send the spell sending 3 times to each one. So each one has 3 charges. You can go back and forth up to 3 times. Once you burn one over here, you can reply, burn one over here. Burn one over here, you reply, burn one over here. You each have 1 charge left at that point. Right? You only have 3 charges per thing, and they reset at dawn.
It's a sending stone, but it's just a necklace
Yeah,
for
it's a necklace, right? Because it's a fucking rock shop, or what you know, it's a crystal store. What else is she gonna have other than a crystal necklace? You wouldn't just have rocks laying around. It's a crystal store, bro. Rocks are ugly. You only want crystals in this mode.
This isn't a bitch.
Yeah, well, I got a cum book from her, so.
You did
You
get a
guys
combo.
don't just have rocks flying around?
I'm gonna start heading towards the city, with them telling them that I'm gonna.
I have
go
a piece
scout
of petrified
for
wood. Does that count?
I have many rocks.
You seem like the type.
There's about 200 upstairs.
There was
I
also
keep rocks
there
in
was
my
also
personal
some lightning
items.
upstairs pretty recently.
Nah, that's actually not even recently anymore. It's actually
That's fair, it
older
was-
than my computer
That's fair.
that you have owned longer than I have.
What do you mean? This computer over here in the corner. This
The
computer. over
one
here?
that is getting fixed on the 17th.
Yeah. So the motherboard shows up tomorrow.
Does it?
The CPU shows up tomorrow. A couple other things show up. The SSD
I mean, at
shows
least
up.
at least the motherboard is coming in first, so you can at least put that in.
Right. Yeah, I could put the motherboard, CPU, the SSD, that kind of the basic shit. Anyway, I might be without the graphics card because this motherboard has a HDMI port in it, so I might be able to actually like get it up and running
Test
prior to it having a
everything
GPU.
else.
Correct. So the other thing that needs to be mentioned. In the city, in the distance, I would say you can't exactly make out at this distance if there is a ship attached to that tower. You can see the tower, you know where it is. Right. So I'm just saying before you split off from the group on your own. The rest of you, does anybody go with him? You know, are you trying to send the two rogues? Are you trying to send the rogue and the monk? Is anybody going with him?
I'm staying back because I'm not stealthy for shit.
Okay.
I mean, I could definitely go. It's just whatever we want to do.
So he can't make you invisible, but what he can do is if something happens, he can grab you and teleport up to 500 feet because he has a cape that lets him do it once per day.
Thing is, Court has no ill-willed affiliated, or hasn't done anything to bring a target to himself per se.
Well, yeah, but isn't this basically a war zone?
It is.
I would
But
say
it's more of a peaceful war. It's now more of a mutual.
think of this as more of like a gang war zone where the police no longer exist.
If you stay on your side, I'll stay on my side. You fuck up, we'll be over there real quick.
Right. This is the line, you know. 72nd Street is the line. If you go past 72nd Street, we're gonna have a problem. Kind of scenario. That's what you're looking at. You know that these thieves guilds operate like the lower levels operate like gang members. The higher levels operate like CEOs of large companies. And the information that he found in that book is that they were all trading. They were giving each other information. They were giving lives of their lower members to make it look like they're still at war, even though all these little like CEO people had gotten together and were trading and making money together. They were sacrificing the lives of their lowers to benefit themselves rather than benefit each thieves guild, but to keep themselves to look like they were at war. That to like a not necessarily at war, but at odds, I would say. You know what I mean? Like they would send 3 of their, you know, newest, lowest recruits out to meet 3 like semi well-trained recruits, whatever, that would slaughter the first 3 and leave them there for other people to find and then head back home, right? That kind of shit was happening as a way to settle grievances of like a card game that these CEO people had played together. They would be like, "Oh, you lost. I'm going to take 5 of your people." And they would have to offer them up. It's something as he's describing this shit to you, it is incredibly detailed, the information he's giving you, and it's impossible not to believe. All right. Thank you.
Bless you.
And if you choose to go with him, that everything I just told you is stuff that he could have told you as you're traveling closer. You know, he could be compelling you to further attach yourself to him alone rather than to your own guild.
So, I mean, I guess my biggest question in the decision is, I mean, if he wants to go scout and just make it super quick, if we're not going to plan on any side quests, he'll probably be quicker alone because he can be invisible.
That was my thought on it as well. And if things get hairy, I can just worry about teleporting myself away and send a message.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not planning on doing it, if we're making detours, I'll run with him. But if he's just gonna,
I don't plan to. I plan to just see.
There's no point.
How many do we got to fight here? How many do we got to fight here? What's it gonna take?
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in being more risky.
Okay. So you're going by yourself.
Okay.
All right.
So I will start approaching the city, and as I come into more of a clearer view of the city, where I think I would also be of a view, because I'm staying to like the tree lines and.
Absolutely. You're doing your best to hide. So go ahead and roll me a stealth check. We'll do a stealth check now for your travel upward, or travel to the city, and we'll do a stealth check.
Because after I get
when you
within,
get
like,
to
a
hide.
more detailed view of the city is when I'm gonna go invisible.
Okay.
So probably.
So we'll do a regular stealth check now, and then we'll do one with
so this would be a
advantage
regular
in a
stealth
minute.
Check at like our mile or half a mile away or something like that.
Yeah. So the group is about a mile out.
That's a nat 1.
Okay.
Yay, combat.
All right. While you are traveling, you're gone for several minutes from the group, right? You're making progress towards the city. They're about a mile. You're about a half mile at this point.
Well, I'm
You-
still visible to them. Then.
I would
Barely.
say based on how you described to me how you want to hide the wagon, no. That they're all like tucked into the woods, and
Okay.
you're traveling kind of at the wood line, but following the road towards the city. Is what I'm assuming here.
Well, so I'm just kind of not walking in the middle of the fucking road. I'm walking.
That's what I'm saying. You're still
yeah,
over
I'm
in the
still-
tree line, but you're still following like the parallel to the road.
Yeah, I'm like literally just on the side of the road in the first of the trees.
Okay. So as you're moving forward, you get to about a half mile from the city. All of you have lost sight of him at this point. He's far enough away. The trees are thick enough here. The brush is thick enough that you've lost sight of him. But he did reassure you that this should be a safe place and that you all should hunker down here. Do you want to have told them if something happens what to do? Like to not come for you, to come for you? Do you want to tell them anything like that? Because this is one of those scenarios where something happens. Could be the cost of your life.
Most likely, I would have told them if I don't reply to a message or send a message, I'd say run or something like that. Of something, one message that I could get out while in a dying breath.
Sure. Yeah, you can just basically touch it and send it. It's
Yeah.
instantaneous.
To go back to Daggerfall and go from there.
To go to Daggerford. Okay. To sail north from Daggerford. Okay.
That would
So
be
that's the information that he
worst-case
left you guys with.
scenario.
So Ben, you're wearing Iron's face, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As you're wearing Iron's face, as you're progressing towards the city, you see several people all walking in the roads, kind of just patrolling around. Doesn't look like they're going anywhere. They're just kind of meandering, and they're dressed very similar to you. Dark black robes.
My robe is not black.
The old one.
Yes.
Dark black robe, dark red inside, mostly black leather armor, daggers across the waist.
It would
One of-
pretty much instantly click in my head that
One of them's got a bow on his shoulder, another one carries a crossbow, another one carries a short sword. There's 5 of them. One of them you don't see any weapons on, which strikes you as a little odd.
okay.
As you are progressing closer and closer down, you see them walking out as you're getting closer, so you stop and you kind of hunker in the woods, and they progress past you, and
How close am I at this point?
I would say you're getting to about the quarter-mile mark.
Okay, because that's about the point I'd probably. I would say about the point where they're getting within, say, 20-30 feet of me is when
Mhm.
I would pop the invisibility.
Okay. You click the ring,
Yeah.
nothing happens.
Fuck.
You keep clicking it, it'll disappear.
Okay.
What do you say? What do you do? Remember that natural one.
I know. Once I click and nothing happens, I would probably just try to make myself low and as hidden as possible.
Okay.
Not like, well,
Remember that natural one.
I remember that natural one. But not like in a suspicious way of hiding, more like I'm looking for something.
Okay,
Like
so
I
you kind of
thought-
bend over and you're kind of searching around.
Yeah.
You kind of moving the brush around, like you're not trying to hide at this point because you know you're gonna be seen, right? You know you fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say
So you try and play it off. Make me a performance check.
13. It's not a bad stat for me, but it's not a great stat for me.
As they go to cross your path, one of them looks over and says, I gotta do this really shitty Cockney accent because we've been making fun of fucking Waterdeep for having this. You don't know what it's like in Waterdeep.
You don't know what it's like.
You don't know what it's like.
I wonder if the old man's still alive.
Do you say it?
No. I'm thinking that out loud to myself.
Hmm. You hear. This is gonna be really bad. Boy, mate! You need help! Really bad. It hurts. I don't like it. I feel like I'm dumb.
No, thank you. I had just dropped my ring. I just found it though. I appreciate it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
ring?
it fell off the
Oh.
path.
You mind if I see that? Nice ring. He starts walking towards you. And another. And another. And all 5 of them are progressing towards you. And the one is kind of has his hand outstretched. He's like, "Can I see your ring?"
I show him it while it's back. Or it's on my finger.
So you slip it back on and kind of present it to him.
Yeah.
Which side?
So the side that has Duggar's symbol is currently in the palm of my hand, and
Okay, so you're gonna show him like this.
backside.
Okay.
Yes. I know what you were trying to do there.
You're the one who said you wanted to present the ring to him.
Yes, I'm trying to avoid slaughter.
So he kind of takes your hand and he looks at it. He goes, "That's fine craftsmanship. It's probably worth a pretty penny."
Possible. I have been.
What about that sword?
The sword is priceless.
And another one looks at him and goes, "It's a nice sword." And
Nice.
the one in the back lifts up his crossbow and kind of rests it on his
I'm
shoulder.
gonna slash the one in front of me.
Go ahead. You'll roll initiative after you swing.
That's
Roll the hit.
advantage, correct?
It's before he's taking a turn, yeah. 'Cause you're an assassin.
It's surprised, yeah.
And because it is advantage, you would get your
Sneak attack.
sneak attack.
So it's gonna be a 26.
26 hits, but it is not
yeah,
a
'cause
crit.
the next one was a nat 1. So
But it is not a crit.
okay. Let's start rolling some damage here.
Once you're done with that, go ahead and roll initiative. I have to roll initiative for 5 people.
Yeah, this is not gonna be fun for me.
Is mine like you done?
Here's an idea. Maybe instead of fighting them, you go invisible and run the fuck away.
I can't go invisible.
The ring's not worth it.
I rolled that nat 1 on the stealth check. My ring no longer works
Why is it not working?
because I rolled a nat 1.
Maybe.
Ooh, I get to
You might be
re-roll
fucked.
3 6s.
Alright. We at 30 damage so far? No.
So
40
in
damage.
total, we are
51?
10,
No.
17,
60, right? That's 60.
Okay, so 30, 40, 56.
56. 6, 20, that's 59. That's 60, homie. The 9 and 10 is 19. 7 is 26.
The 9 is not an attack. The 9 was my second.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the damage. Okay.
Yep, so it's
So-
the 10 and 7, 23,
so it's
11,
51.
which would be 51, yes.
Right, okay.
Which
51
is not
damage.
bad. And then initiative is
Be-
18.
before you've even rolled initiative, do you want to describe how you slaughter this man?
Just
Go on, Dick.
as he is, I would assume he's kind of more preparing to try to reach out for my sword.
Well, he had his hand on your hand where the ring was, right? So that's what
Yeah.
he kind of
So
had you. So you were technically sharing a space because you were touching.
So in my process, I reach over with my other hand and I
Mhm.
grab that sword and I just fucking sling it out of it.
Mm-hmm.
straight through him.
So you're cutting it through his stomach.
I'm cutting straight through his stomach.
Okay. I wouldn't say the blade's not thick enough. Blade's not thick enough to cut through his spine. Remember, it's a rapier.
No. But I'm going like through his stomach, so it's a deep gash all the way across.
Sure.
His
Yeah. I
stomach.
mean, it's all
Probably
soft.
until
It's
I
all
hit
soft
his
from one side to the
spine,
other.
And then
Yeah.
like I slide off of his spine through the rest of him.
Yeah.
Do I still get my bonus action?
Yes. You get your bonus action, but let me go.
Yeah,
Go. You know what? Let me describe this man's grisly death really quickly. As you reach over, and then I mean, like a fucking lightning bolt, sling that black blade just right through his guts. I mean, there's only about 8 inches on the average person between the hip bone and between the lower part of the rib cage. That's just soft spot, and you gut right through the shit, right through the middle of it, and his guts just sink to the floor in front of him, just plop, plop, fall down little by little, and he looks up at you, and his eyes are just shocked for a second as he lets go of your hand and reaches up and tries to grab his stomach and tips to the floor. What's your initiative roll?
18.
Tips to the floor, expiring, I should say. Alright, we got 4 rolls to make here.
And I still want to do my bonus action.
Alright, go ahead. What's your bonus action? Oh no, I'm sorry.
well-
Surprise attack is just an attack, not a bonus action.
Okay. I haven't actually gotten a surprise attack before. So
That's okay. That's that. Yeah,
I just
when you
didn't work 'cause
attack
I
first as the
knew-
act, you're not getting a whole action. You're just getting an
Yeah.
attack.
I knew the second I rolled in that one combat was happening. So,
Maybe.
you know, you said there was a group that looked like me, and I rolled in that one.
Maybe.
My only hope is I can make somebody scream loud enough to.
All right. Total initiative 18.
You have a sending stone.
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a sending stone.
It is an action to function it in combat.
You could call
Takes
for
an
it.
action.
Yes.
Because it's a magical item. To function the magical item takes a whole action.
Okay.
So. All right. You ready?
Yep. No.
Cro-
But yeah.
The crossbow fires for a 18 to hit.
That hits.
I rolled really poorly. It's only 4 piercing damage as
I
a
am going to
as a bolt
use
slams into your shoulder.
Uncanny dodge
Okay.
to half that.
You take 2 as it still stabs you in the shoulder. It just
Yeah.
kind of it's more of a graze at this point than an actual like embedding into your chest. So it kind of grazes you, puts a deep little gash in your arm. You take 2 points piercing
Evasion and
damage
uncanny dodge are going to be the only reason I survive this encounter.
if you survive this encounter.
If I survive this encounter. Okay.
It's your turn. Oh wait, shit! No, he does get a bonus action. Hang on.
Yeah.
He's gonna fire again. No.
Okay.
He's gonna throw a dagger.
Okay. I'm going to use evasion.
That's fine. No. One of those is only against spells. Magical effects. I think it's evasion.
Dexterity saves.
Yeah, evasion is dexterity save.
Use
Sorry, not
object
magical
and
effects.
effect that'll- yeah, okay, so I can't. And
Okay.
I can't. Okay.
So that is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. Where the fuck's a d4? That is only 3. No,
Yeah.
I
that won't
apologize.
do it.
4. That is 4.
Okay.
4 piercing damage. So, but you can also uncanny dodge that. Wait, no, fuck. Is uncanny
No, I
dodge a
cannot.
reaction?
No,
You can only
uncanny
do it
dodge
once,
is
right?
A reaction.
Right.
I can now uncanny dodge the other 3.
Right, because it is your turn again.
It's now
Yes.
my turn,
Yeah.
but
So
yeah.
your reaction resets because you've used it.
Okay.
Right.
Um,
It is your turn.
can you give me a base distance on everybody, please?
I would say that the closest one is another one that's in so you'd be the first one was in melee with you at 5 feet, right? The next one would be at 10 feet. The next one would be 1 slot to his left, still 10 feet. The next one would be 1 slot to his left, which would be 15 feet.
Okay.
Because the one in front of you would be 1 up, 1 over. It's still considered 10.
Okay, so I'm just gonna move to the next one in that stair step that you gave me.
I'm sorry, and then 4 would be the crossbowman, which would be 10 feet to the farthest guys. It
So
would be
I
his
am going
right,
to-
so he would be 30 feet from you, the
Okay.
crossbowman.
Best way I can describe this. So they're kind of lined up, kind of, sorta.
I mean, they were walking like a police line down the road,
Yeah.
effectively.
I'm
So
going to
for the
line
most part.
up where the one in front of me is currently in front of the crossbowman.
Okay,
So,
so you're
like,
gonna step
diagonally?
around him, so you're using him as a shield.
Kind of, sorta, yeah.
Okay.
I am gonna strike him with my sword.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That is a 19 to hit.
Hits.
So that's 1d8 regular damage, which is, and then my piercing is fucking trash is what it is. He's going to take 11 damage.
Is that a potato?
Yeah, comparatively to everything else that
No.
I do since I'm by myself.
No, Hobo, are you carving a potato?
No, it's a pig.
Oh, God.
stress Toy.
Okay, well you had
I
a
was
knife
cutting
do
off
it.
A little nib thingy that was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm cutting off a little nib thingy.
Easy.
No,
Okay. No, you're fine.
Let him survive this battle, or I'm killing the pig.
Hey, my fucking pig. I like pork. Cut that bitch up. I need bacon on my next pub sub.
Dirty shit.
Alright, so I apologize. I got distracted by the potential carving of
Am
potato.
I able to use a bonus action to prepare to dodge?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna do.
You
with my
you
bonus
can
action.
attack and then yeah, you take the dodge action. Or you're taking the dodge bonus action. Or you can take it's dodge, disengage, or hide. Are your 3 bonus actions, right? You instead of doing them as actions, you do those 3 things as bonus actions.
Okay.
Meaning that any attack on you the next turn has disadvantage. The first attack on you next turn has disadvantage. I think it specifically says the first of the dodge action. Double check that for me.
When you take the dodge action, you focus entirely on avoiding attacks until the start of your next turn. Any attack roll.
Any attack. Okay, so it's
Anything
all
against
attacks against you the start of your
Yeah.
next turn have disadvantage. Perfect. Good for me to know.
If you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage, you lose this benefit if you are incapacitated.
Now, I would also say that if you take a reaction, you are not dodging anymore.
Yes.
I would also say that if you're taking a reaction, it would
If
function
I
like
take my uncanny dodge while prepared to dodge, I've dodged.
right. You have then taken the dodge, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
'Cause
Okay,
I
I'm glad
consider
you're
my
with me on that. That's I just want to double check.
How
Or-
I imagine a difference in my head is like my prepared to dodge is a slight movement to maybe get away from
Right.
taking the
Or
attack.
uncanny dodge would be
Or
like rolling out
I'm
of the
getting
way.
Walked out of the way. Yeah.
All right.
If you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage. Okay, so pretty much if something hits me where I have to roll a dexterity saving throw, I also get advantage while prepared to dodge.
Okay. Cool. All right. Perfect.
Can you give me like 2 seconds? I have to piss. Hunter has made me drink a lot of beer.
That's fine. We'll wait. We'll
I'm
wait.
still listening.
We'll wait. We'll wait.
Sorry.
You're gonna get shot 3 times. So the short sword, to be clarified for everybody, the short sword is the one that he killed. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom too. You know what? We're gonna take a minor break because I also have to pee.
Did he use his black sword to kill that guy?
He did. So he
Wouldn't the body be fucking swallowed up in
Right.
the sword?
as he fell to the ground, I should have clarified. I apologize. As he fell to the ground, the body was spaghettificationized into the sword. It was enveloped into the sword. I totally forgot. I forgot that you were using God's Bane. So
Yeah, I forgot.
I know
that too.
Stagner. So let me say, as he falls to the floor, as he begins to fall, and like the tip of the sword kind of goes down as his rib cage starts to fall, his body just sucks up into the sword. And I would say that, you know what? Roll
would
me
that
an intimidation check while
I was about to ask-
while I go pee. I'll be back.
Intimidation is a 14, but I was gonna ask if that would instill fear in anybody. This is going great, guys. It's going great. I was not.
You know, if you use the health potion I gave you, that
Yeah.
will also.
Yeah,
alert
I know,
us,
but it's 2d6,
because I
and
will
I'm
heal as well.
35 of 41, so that's why I'm waiting.
Okay, you're good still.
Yeah. I've taken 8.
Well,
damage.
if it gets
No, I've
hairy,
taken
you know
6
what you can
damage.
do.
Yeah, if I get down to the 20 range, let me put it out. If I can't start killing people real quick, like I am either sending a message or healing, which will inform you because you will return a key point and heal.
And I'll heal.
How
That I
fast
have
can you run?
I mean,
been
I
hurt.
don't have any damage, but I imagine I'd feel rejuvenated after.
I don't know. That would be a DM call on how that would work. I don't know if it would go into possible temp health points. No. Okay.
Yeah,
It,
Ben.
it wouldn't. I don't.
She could
think
only
we
read.
discussed that,
You could
but-
only regen 2 max.
How fast can you run, Ben?
30 feet.
Not
30
fast
feet.
enough to outrun a bow.
60 technically if I use dash as an action.
So, next, the bowman,
Yes.
the true bowman, the longbow, is going to draw his bow. He is 10 feet from you. He can shoot you.
Okay.
He has disadvantage, and fuck, even with disadvantage, that is a 17.
It hits.
Are they scared?
Oh shit.
Yeah, that
let
was-
me roll that. Let me
I
roll that.
rolled
I mean, even then, it's
14
just
on the
disadvantage. So hang on.
Yeah.
That's
disadvantage?
2. What's your DC on that? Is it 14? Shit, I didn't even set DC. Fuck. You
What I
rolled a
on-
14, correct?
I rolled a 14.
Okay, that
on
was gonna be your
D8.
DC. They're all no's. Yeah, no. A 19, a 17, a 14, a 15. No.
Fucking Christ, put that dice set away. Jesus Christ, all 3 of your dice sets are out to get me.
All of these ones.
Two
All of
shitty
these ones.
All of your dice are out to... You have not rolled under like a 17.
I'll go get other dice.
Yeah, he's using that fucking McDonald's one that's
Yeah,
loaded.
you will.
Hang on.
Put the fucking
dice
spiky
roll.
one away too.
Yeah, don't.
Spiky one's loaded as
In
well.
this somewhere. There it is. This drawer
Get that shit
somewhere.
out of here.
There are dice.
It's weighted.
Not once has he rolled under 11 with those dice.
Against this fight against me right now, he has not
See,
rolled under
if you
a
were
17.
smart,
Well, he rolled a
you
15
would
on
have
11.
your bag of dice on your desk.
But that would clutter my desk, make it unpretty.
What happened to your big bag of fucking fuck
But
off
it
dice?
looks nice.
I have a
I'm so
whole. I have a
excited to have
whole
a nice-
Give yourself,
pound
like,
of
a
dice
cute
in the
little
closet.
bag.
I'm so excited to have a nice,
Yeah.
pretty PC on my desk so I can finally wire manage this fucking mess of a desk that I currently have.
All right, here's the thing. I can't get into the deck.
I need to wire manage. But we don't talk about that.
Yeah, so UPS
Hang on.
finally settled for us.
Hang on.
So he's no longer stressed either.
Hmm.
I'm stressed about getting this fucking dice bag open. I'm about to cut this bitch
Wait,
open. What now?
So you guys actually got the money you were supposed to get from them?
No, we got a good portion of enough of it
No?
though.
Enough of it to fix the computer.
Yeah,
Sue
and
them.
enough
Sue
stress
them.
that I'm not.
for
Well,
the
so we
throat.
have 2 checks. We just don't know if we can cash the other one.
That's not enough.
Because it's a business account, you can't. I looked. They only
Okay.
put the amount of the one check. I looked it up online. Also, it's called check fraud.
Ah,
Don't do
so
that,
we
kids.
should have cashed. So we should have cashed the first one, and
Well,
then
if you do that, that's accepting of the first
I know
accepting of the
worked,
first
though.
thing, and then
We
they would never give you a second check.
we got 24 of the 3 grand it was insured for. Wasn't it like 24, 25?
Not enough.
24.39, I think, something like that.
Which is enough to fix my computer.
Enough to
which is
fix
all we
it,
care about
right.
at this point.
Right.
After 6.5 months of this bullshit.
Ready? 3 new dice.
No. What's my damage?
That's-
For the
sorry.
first one?
And 10 piercing from an arrow.
Okay.
He's gonna take his bonus action. Shoot again.
Okay. I'm still
Um,
prepared to dodge.
that's correct. That is a 15.
It hits.
I thought that was gonna miss. Well, I mean, be glad because the other was a natural 20. That one's gonna hurt. That's a 14 piercing. I need to find one more d20 in this bag. There we go.
I'm gonna uncanny dodge that one.
Okay, so you're cutting it in half. That's 7.
Yeah, I have to. I have to. So.
The dagger, the one with the daggers across his belt, he's gonna take a dagger and whip it at you.
Okay. Are
Disadvantage.
any of these people behind the guy I'm currently using as a shield?
The 2 that just acted, no. The other one, yes. The one with the crossbow, yes. The bow and the one that is currently fixing to act, no.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. The one that's currently fixing to act is the one directly in front of you. So you would get 2 yeses to that answer and 2 nos. One of them being the guy.
Okay.
Disadvantage is a 14.
It meets.
Meets. Okay, so it still hits. And he has a short sword, so it's d6. That is only 3. 3 points of slashing damage with a short sword as he takes one good cleave into your chest. Ow. You know? Ow.
Yeah, you've cleared almost all my health.
I know.
This turn.
It's now the 4th person's turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick the other 2 dice.
This is the one blocked, correct?
Yes, so your AC would increase by 3. No, 2.
Okay.
3. Shit. No, what is it? Hold on. Fuck.
I mean, I've put him directly between us, so that would be 3/4 cover.
It's called 3/4 cover. I just don't remember if it's +2 or plus 3 or plus 5.
I don't know. We've never had to do that because I ignore it. I believe half is 3.
I think
Where's
half
that?
is. I think half is 2. I know. Where's my fucking rule book when I need it? Plus 5 to AC.
Okay, so. Okay.
18.
Nope.
Fuck. As he rushes forward and swings his short sword. Shit, I grabbed the chocolate that has the pop rocks in it. It's all tingly and weird in my mouth. I don't like it. Yeah, as he rushes forward and swings his sword, you manage to dodge. Oh shit, no. He's not at disadvantage. It's still 18. Shit. I rolled 2 of the same numbers.
Okay, yeah, still no.
But he wouldn't be at disadvantage because
Puts
he.
my AC and plus 5 to my AC puts me at 19.
Correct. Now, I will tell you, it's the crossbowman's turn, and it's still plus 5 to your AC. So I'm gonna pick the other 2 dice.
He doesn't get disadvantage. Well,
That's
no, he
right.
gets disadvantage 3/4. Yeah, I know.
No, he only gets.
dodge.
Yeah. Well, your uncanny dodge you used on the first arrow.
Yeah, I've just got the plus 5 to my AC for using a human meat shield.
And that is only a 14. No,
That
15. 15.
misses.
But it misses. So he slings the arrow, and it flies, or slings the bolt anyway, because it's a crossbow. Flies right over the guy's shoulder. He uses his bonus action to reload.
Okay. I'm gonna start off by, if I can do this, using my bonus action to using my key point healing potion.
Yeah, you can take it in whatever order you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my. Well, I didn't know if I could use the bonus action to take the healing potion.
Yeah, so if you used it on yourself, it's a bonus action. If you used it on another player, it's an action.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna use it on myself. What is it? 2d6 plus 4?
2d4 plus her
I'm
charisma
sorry, I'm
modifier.
looking at that right.
What's your charisma modifier?
I thought it was wisdom modifier.
It's not my charisma.
Is it your
it's my
wisdom? Shit, I'm sorry. 2d4 plus your
Yeah,
wisdom
yours is
modifier.
plus
4.
So
Yeah,
2d4 plus 4.
2d4 plus 4.
4.
Nine.
You heal 9 hit points.
I heal 9. She also regains her key point. Now, would that notify her that I had just used that healing potion in any way?
Do I feel rejuvenated?
Have you ever used this ability before? To instill a
No.
potion into being some sort of healing device. In your travels, I'm gonna leave it up to you. If you want to roll a dice to decide, that's fair too. Do you feel like you've ever used one? If you wanna flip a coin or roll a dice or whatever you want to do, that's fair. If you want to just call it and say yeah you have or no you haven't. So I wouldn't say
I
there's.
say yes because.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say yes because she used to pick up like she worked for a criminal organization for a long time.
Sure.
Didn't really hammer her backstory out, but I did at least say that she did work for she did a lot of crimes and stuff. So I assume that she would make these potions for people she's working with.
Okay.
So
now,
probably.
Can you describe to me what a key point feels like? I thought she just left.
Like
I was gonna
No,
laugh.
but
I thought she just
I mean-
left.
That would have been the greatest description ever. Like that.
I personally no, I can't. I don't really know what that would
You're silver. You
really
just
be similar to.
you're
But,
silver. Describe to me what a key point feels
but
like.
I probably just I don't know, just like when using them specifically, just like a burst of energy that gives you that extra chance to like do something else. Like you've just swung at someone, then you just suddenly feel like, oh yeah, I could go for hours, and then you swing again. Like just like sudden burst of energy or adrenaline. And
Okay.
then I do want to argue, I heal half the hit points he gets, and so I would feel somehow rejuvenated by that, even if I'm at full.
I don't know that if you're full,
I do
you
wanna
would feel rejuvenated.
argue
I
that.
don't know that's true. If you were low, if you were lower than full, had you like hurt yourself slightly and taken 1 point of damage, you would heal and know it. But at full, you're at full. You know what I mean? If you, I don't know how to better describe this. When you,
No, I get that.
I'm gonna say that I will be kind to Ben's character for the sake of me wanting to see this story play out. You do feel not necessarily a burst of energy, but you feel some of your spirit that you imbue into these potions return to you. I will give you that at the very least.
And how far did he go
He's
down the
about
road?
3/4 of a mile down.
Okay. I'd get to him in about 19 turns. Silver would be like, oop, there's a fight, and just start running.
The three of you.
You're gonna have to fucking survive.
Three of
Good
you.
luck.
Oh my god, who has the fish?
I have the fish.
Oh god.
Of course I have the fish.
That makes sense actually.
Who else would have the fish?
That makes sense actually. The other three of you currently sitting around the wagon, kind of probably pushing brush up against it to make it kind of look hidden for the most part. Cover it up, maybe collapse the canopy on it to get it flat. You see Silver as she's bringing like a bundle of like brush over to help you cover it up. You see her stop for a second and go and drop the sticks and just go, we got to go now, and start running. Right? He's in trouble, and we run. The group of you are going to take quite a while to get there. And also, you have the loudest, clunkiest motherfucker running after. He is not hiding.
There's one person that I'm hoping makes it to me. Because he can make it to me faster than anybody else.
Not necessarily.
He can.
Mm,
Who?
I mean, she has Step of the Wind, which is the same thing as your bonus action dodge. And she has further distance.
We have someone who can summon a fucking horse.
That's fair. But
That
he
is
has the slowest movement
He
speed of the
won't.
party.
It takes 10 minutes for me to summon the horse. It's
Fuck
already-
me. I didn't know that.
And it's a ritual, and it's still a leveled
I can
spell. It's not a
go-
cantrip.
Yeah, if
It's
it was
fine.
an
I still have
action,
my action.
It's not, unfortunately.
Hey, I can summon a tentacle, man.
Mm,
I can go 100 feet without my double dash.
Damn.
I'm
If I
gonna
just
use-
dash once, I can go 100
How do I want
feet.
to do this? How far am I from the tree line?
Probably 30 feet. 20 feet, 20 feet. I'll say 20 feet.
20 feet. I'm going to use my action to disengage,
Okay, you took your bonus action, drink the potion. Action, disengage.
and I'm going to be behind a tree.
Okay. Well, you're not taking the hide action.
It's not to hide. No. But
I'm just letting you know you're trying to look for cover. I get that. But that doesn't impose anything more than a +5 to your AC.
which
It's not
is
going to
much
impose
better.
disadvantage on the throws. That's my
No.
point.
But a +5 is much better than my current 24 HP in
Sure.
a front-on fight with an archer.
Okay, with 2 archers, actually.
With 2 archers. But 3/4 cover against 2 archers is substantially more advantageous to me.
Sure, could be.
You can take the hide action my next bonus action.
Sure. But you're going to hide standing behind the tree that they all saw you jump.
I'll get 30 feet of movement after that.
That's fair.
So I can
Okay,
play it
so
around. I'm
your
trying to
your
find my
reaction
spot.
your reaction does return, so you do have your uncanny dodge back if you choose to use it.
Okay.
So now let's say that there is a point that you need to see here where they're going to. The next one is the short swordsman, right? The short swordsman is going to rush forward immediately to where you're at because he knows where you're at.
Yeah.
He's going to take 2 swings at you. He's no longer at disadvantage.
Okay. And I'm not covering with him, correct?
And no, he's going to walk up to you and walk around the tree.
Okay. Yeah.
That is a fucking 8. So he's gonna miss. So as he swings, he digs the blade into the tree, right? Digs the blade into the tree on accident.
Is it stuck?
No.
Damn it.
It wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad of a throw. If it was a 1, I
Maybe
would
that
say
one
yeah.
you might maybe let me.
I would have made him bury it in the tree, right? The second one is a 15.
That one hits.
And the 15 is going to be a
Don't you have
7.
+5 to your AC?
Not while the dude walks up to him. He has a +5 from the
okay.
bowman
The
currently.
2 archers,
Gotcha.
the 2 archers, because if they walk up to me, they're at 5 feet and they can't shoot at me anymore. You're gonna have to do some and one of them's far enough away. So
You're
7
gonna-
damage.
7 slashing damage.
Okay.
The second throw, right? The bowman is going to shoot. Now, he is a rogue. You are currently in melee,
Mm-hmm.
so he's going to get sneak attack.
Advantage.
No, he's going to get his melee. I'm sorry, yeah, he gets his melee.
Advantage.
advantage.
Unless he's flanking.
It
as
wouldn't.
well.
It wouldn't be flanking. It would just be your. Well, that's advantage in any circumstance. But he still does get his bonus. He still gets a sneak attack because he has advantage because you're in melee.
Okay. That's fine.
This one's going to hurt a little bit.
Would he roll for attack?
22.
Okay, I'm going to uncanny dodge it.
So I need the D. Is a 9 plus 3 is 12. Gonna hurt, bud. 17, 20, 24.
I take 12.
Half to 12. As a big hefty fucking arrow shaft buries itself in the back of your shoulder. Buries that shit deep. Um, the man with the daggers is going to rush forward. He is going to take a swing at you. Gonna mount the other side of the tree. He has advantage.
He's not. Yeah, he's got advantage, and I'm no longer. So if he's mounting the other side of the tree, he's flanking. He has advantage, and
Correct.
he gets sneak. And he does not have to. I'm gonna tell you, if you hit, I'm dead.
Luckily, I only rolled 13.
Okay.
I rolled a
That was on
natural.
advantage.
That was advantage. I rolled a natural 1 and a 9. Now, it's the crossbowman.
Who is now, by the way, who is now shooting through a tree and 2 of his friends.
It's still +5. That's the mechanic.
Yeah,
I'm not giving you
I'm
any
just
more to your
letting you
AC.
know, no matter the angle he moved.
No, I get it. I get it. Only a 16. You're fine.
Okay. So I am going to use.
It is your turn. He uses his bonus action to recock the bow. Reload.
Okay. I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage. And I'm gonna move 30 feet into the woods, and I'm gonna use my action to hide.
Okay. Roll a stealth check.
With a 15.
You know that the crossbowman saw where you went.
But I should be.
You are still within his range.
I should be at 120 from him currently, so I'm just barely in his range.
You went
I moved 30 back from him, who was 30
20.
from me.
Right, from 20, you went to 50. You just went to
He was
80.
30.
No, he was
told me
20
he
when
was-
you started.
He was 20. Okay.
Right, he
So
was
I'm at
20.
80.
It was 5, 10, 10, 10 from him, so 20.
Okay. Would you consider as deep as I've moved into the woods cover?
I'd give you the
Maybe
+2.
half.
I'd give you half cover.
Yeah, I figured half.
I'd give you half cover.
Okay.
But you know the crossbowman at least made eye contact with you and tracked you through the woods.
Which crossbowman? There's 2.
No, there's a longbowman and a crossbowman.
Okay. Okay.
Right,
So
the crossbowman is the one who just missed you when he fired that crossbow shot.
Okay.
He's the one who just missed you. He is definitely the one who still knows where you are.
Okay.
Now I need. The other 3 do not know where you are, so they're gonna spend an action probably trying to see you. So burn. No, it's a nat 1. So no. What was your stealth check?
15.
15. That's another nat 1 and a 14. So no, they can't find you. They spend their action looking for you and can't find you. It's the crossbowman's turn, and he's gonna go. He's over there. And fire.
Okay.
You get your half cover. Roll 3.
I'm an uncanny dodge if I need it.
15.
That misses. With a 16 for the +2.
As you duck, and a crossbow bolt goes right past your head. Sticks into a tree not a foot and a half from you. Listen. It's your go.
I am going to use my bonus action to dash
Mm-hmm.
60 foot back.
Breaks your hide.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to hold my action for somebody to come within 30 or come within throwing range of my dagger, because currently nobody should be.
Correct.
I
No
should
one.
also be
You
out of
move 30
range
feet,
of
and you
the
move 30 feet
crossbowman.
again.
I
will
should
tell
now
you-
also be out of range of the crossbowman.
I will tell you that in their effort of searching for you, these guys did move slightly. So I will say Hang on.
If they're within, so
One
I'll
of
call it
them.
within 30 feet of me.
Okay, I would say one of them
Then
is
I'll throw my
definitely within
dagger.
60 feet of you. The other two are not. The crossbowman is not. You are
Okay.
now out of range of the crossbowman, but you are not out of range of the longbowman.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to minimize my ranged fucking.
That's fine. That's fine. So he did tell them where you were, right? So the two swordsmen, right, are going to take their turns rushing forward, taking their actions, taking their bonus actions to rush forward, and they are now. One would be within 30 feet of you. The other one would be just out. He would be 35 feet.
One within 30 feet is going to eat my dagger
Go ahead.
for a 11.
As you whip a dagger and lose it into the woods, it sticks into a tree behind him.
Because you took the only dagger that was useful to me.
But I left you a god sword.
That is useless. That is smarter but dumber than me currently. He
Maybe.
ain't gonna get on that comment.
I don't know. You want to ask
He
it
don't
for
wanna
help?
talk to me right now. He's mad.
You want to ask it for help?
I would love to, actually.
What do you say?
Fuck.
Make it quick.
This would be a great time. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna be more of a dick about it. This would be a great time for you to be actually powerful.
As another arrow slams into your shoulder. Take
What was it?
2 points of piercing damage. Because I rolled fucking 1.
What was the roll to hit?
17.
Okay. Even with the +2 that you gave me for the forest.
16 plus 1.
Okay.
The crossbowman walks forward, takes a shot, walks forward so he's within the range. He's gonna take his bonus action dash. I only hit a 15 though. Not enough.
Okay.
It is your turn.
I am
Now,
going.
before you take your turn, the rest of you can hear in the woods whipping noises, like things moving through the woods very quickly. You can hear somebody crashing through the woods very ineffectively, stealthily. As you begin to approach, you are all what I would consider to be 1 turn away. As me being very, very kind.
Because I'm at 3 health.
If he survives this turn, get to him in time. If he does not survive this turn, he may not survive the session. Right? Be the last thing we do before we round out for the night. And we'll say that because you're in such bad shape, you're probably going to rest for a while, and then maybe try this again at night. Pick up next. But let's go ahead and have you take your turn.
I am going to take my 30 feet of movement back.
Okay. Sure, you're progressing away from the group again.
No, I'm back. When I keep saying back, I'm sorry, back the way I came.
Right, yes, away from the group that is
yeah,
hunting you,
okay.
not your group. Sorry, yes.
Okay. I'm going to take my bonus action to hide.
Okay. Can all of you roll stealth or perception checks, please?
You want me to roll my stealth?
Yes, roll your stealth. The other 4 of you roll perception checks.
13.
You know that 2 of them know where you are.
Okay.
Elian, Chroma, or all of them know where you are. Your whole crew. You can see them now that you crest a small hill. You can see them, and as you go to duck down, you make eye contact with all of your group, and as you turn as you're ducking, you make eye contact with 2. We'll say, let's roll a dice here. We'll see who. Well, I've been using these separately, so the black one would be the longbowman, and the clear one would be the one with the daggers. So the one with daggers and the longbowman see you.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is. Oh, sorry. Take your turn. That's right. Sorry. Take your action.
Knowing that 2 of them see me, and my whole party can see me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take my action to dash.
Then you just use your action to hide.
I use my bonus action. I did my
Okay.
30 feet of movement, bonus action.
Bonus action hide. Gotcha.
I
Okay.
take my action to dash, which is gonna fucking waste my bonus action of what I did.
Yep.
But it's gonna give me distance, is what it's gonna do.
Sure.
I'm gonna dash my 30. Go ahead and hug another tree.
Do your best.
As close to the party as I can get.
Hit me.
I mean, if you insist. I don't know where you're at, but no. Thank you. I'm glad I got one chuckle. So I run 100 feet
I know.
a turn if I dash.
And if you step of the
am I
wind,
not
you
gonna
pull
reach him
150.
faster.
Yeah. Just for the sake of the group being together and it not being you and him possibly dying, I'm saying you get to this point together. What happens next in the following turn? You could shoot away from the group if you chose to speed up. Right now, you're currently typically when you move as a group, you move at the slowest person speed, right? But as you've now reached the combat zone, you can progress as you want. You can take off. So you can burn a key point and move up to 150 feet if you choose to. That's entirely your call.
Okay.
Once you're in combat, so the next turn, once this turn concludes, you're engaged.
Okay, cool. I was just trying to double check what was going on.
Yeah, no, it's just to keep you all together. That's all that is. It's just a mechanic to keep the group together. Otherwise, Cass is fucking. He's still at the car. Yeah, I mean, we gotta get the armor has to come with us. So.
Okay.
So the next turn, you specifically could make it to. In your path of movement, you could move 2 and hit. You could move to 3, but hit 2 of the people engaging him, like melee combat. Get into melee, hit 1. Get into melee, hit another one. You could do both of those. And you could do it while you're moving.
This next round.
Mm-hmm. Or he's down.
Which is why
if they get to him while he's down, they're gonna kill him.
Because the only one I'm currently in range of by 60 feet, I believe, is the longbowman.
The longbowman, correct. No. Well, you just took an action to dash into 60 feet.
60 feet.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
So I should be 30 out of the crossbowman's range.
No. Because he can move during his turn as well.
Yeah, well, I mean currently before his turn.
I mean, yeah, he can take his next turn and step in range. But longbows have absurd range, homie. Their long range is like 400 meters,
like
and I've been rolling a disadvantage, or 400 feet. I've been rolling a disadvantage on most of his throws. On all but one of his throws with disadvantage. And his normal range is 120. It's 120-400.
Oh, is it because I've
and
been
that's
so close?
And that's not to say that he could or could not have sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Where you ignore range because they're all rogues, right? Yeah. But that means they're all squishy too. That's why you killed one in one swing.
Yeah, but the other thing is without me being able to do sneak attack, I do like 11 fucking damage.
Yeah. So the short sword is gonna move and dash, right? He's gonna take the action to make the full 90, and he is that would make him 35. No, he was 30 before when you threw the dagger at him. He would be on you if he takes the full 90, so he's in melee with you.
Full 90? What do you mean full 90?
30, 30, 30. Move, dash, bonus action, dash. You can move 90 feet.
Dash twice.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You can pull it twice. You can dash and bonus action dash.
Okay. So yeah, he's on.
You can pull a full 90 feet, right? So the dagger is going to be at. He's 5 feet from me. He's at the 10 feet marker from me. He's 1 space from being in melee with you.
Okay.
The longbowman and the crossbowman will move to within range, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to fire. But the crossbowman doesn't go until the start of the turn order. I need the 4 of you to roll initiative, please. I need to roll 3 dice here. No, I don't. I need to roll 1. Ooh.
Am I half or 3/4?
You're still half.
Okay, 'cause
But
I
you
did hug a
are
tree.
in melee combat.
Okay, well I tried to make that clarification clear because I hugged a fucking tree.
I
That's why
I hear
asked
you.
that. But okay,
I'm gonna give you half because you're running and they know where you are.
okay, but I'm in melee combat, so
And
he gets
you're in
if
melee
he hits, I'm
combat, so
down.
he's gonna be
I'm gonna tell you,
disadvantaged.
it doesn't matter.
Does a 16 hit?
That meets with a half cover.
Okay, it hits. It meets. It hits.
I'm gonna uncanny dodge it.
Okay, we'll see if you're still up. 4.
Nope.
Cut in half is 2.
2. I'm still up.
Oh shit. It's now top of the turn order. Top of the turn order goes to Korik. Hang on.
I am going to. So
Hang on.
he's got-
Shit, let me get these names wrote down. Go ahead. Describe your thing. I'm listening to you.
He's got one that's in melee range or that's 5 foot from melee range.
1 is in melee. 1 is in 5 feet. Well, I'm sorry. 1 is in melee. 1 is 5 feet from melee.
Gonna shoot at the one that is in melee with him.
Okay. Take a shot. 17 hits.
And then sneak attack on that.
Yeah. He actually hasn't gone before you this turn. No, but is it in total combat or is it just this turn?
It's when they're initiated into combat, so it would be.
Let me
so
read.
the
Hold on.
combat
Let
we
me
just
read
had would
assassin.
only involve me. It's
Let
before
me
you in combat.
let me double check. God damn it. Hang on. Let me read this motherfucker. Hang on. Let me read this shit.
I got it right here, bud.
Assassinate. You have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in the combat yet. So it's not specifically the combat you're engaged, just the combat. Even if you approach the combat. And any hit you score is just okay. So no. So it's not you don't get a crit anyway because it doesn't count as a crit because they're not surprised. Which, by the way, because it was a crit, your 51 was actually 102 on that first guy.
Oh shit!
Because you did assassinate. You did your assassinate, so that's what that was.
It didn't matter.
It didn't even fucking acknowledge that it was a crit.
It
So.
didn't matter. He was dead either way.
Right, but 102 on one swing because it was a crit.
Yeah.
So he takes 25 damage. He is bloodied. And what is? Hold on. What was Chroma's? Okay, Chroma's initiative roll. Good. Okay. All right. So I got that down. So he's there's this guy here. 25. Perfect.
Nick, what's your dex?
My dex.
Yeah. What's your
16.
Okay.
The crossbowman steps into range.
Oh, that was your perception.
Hey Ben. How is your AC 14 if your dex modifier is 4 and you are in leather armor?
Yes. I don't know. That's just what it is.
It should be.
If it's supposed to be higher, I'm gonna be pissed because it has never changed from 14.
Are you not wearing the armor? No, you are.
But you also gotta remember D&D Beyond fucks people.
Here you go. Your armor is 15.
My AC's 15?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, that big fucking hit.
That's fine. I'll give you back. Fuck, I don't know, 8. Oh, you can have 8 of your hit points back. I'll be kind. this one time, I'll be a nice guy because I want to see how the story plays out.
That's supposed to be my AC this whole time.
I will be kind. 15 is what your AC should have been this whole time.
Okay.
Right. I will be kind and give you back 8.
I appreciate that.
Not a whole lot, but I'm not gonna give you all
No.
of them back because I don't remember what was what. So I'll give you 8 back because that seems fair. That
No,
may have
but-
been one blow against you.
Yeah.
So
I know
the
you
crossbowman is gonna step out.
Okay.
And he is going to fire. He's going to step close enough where he can engage you. He is going to shoot.
What's his role?
He has somebody in melee combat with you, but you do get a bonus.
Mhm.
That's pretty good. That's a 21.
That hits.
You do. I gave you half cover, so that does hit, right? No shit, that's the wrong dice. Wait, no, that's the right dice. Fuck. I'm gonna take all that shit back. That's 9. 9 points of piercing damage with a bolt.
I've already uncanny dodged, haven't I?
Correct, and it is not your turn.
I am
Ooh,
unconscious.
yeah.
And those of you who can see him, which I mean, all of you saw his stealth check was bullshit. All of you see him take a bolt in the right shoulder, right next to a big fucking arrow that's shoved into his right shoulder. And you see him collapse. He falls flat on the ground. Silver, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, he's within range of me, so I'm gonna run in,
Correct.
like, or at least I can run up to him. Is what I mean. So I'm gonna run up to him,
Correct.
I'm
You
gonna
could
kneel
get
down
to
by
him
him.
without the key point.
and I'm gonna fucking heal him.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing to heal?
So, oh, so I would need to use my. Would I need to dash?
No. Well, yeah, you would need to move and dash, but you would not need to use your. You would only need to go 90 feet to get to him.
So bonus action.
Okay.
Regular movement.
So yeah, I'll run over to him. And that's gonna be. Oh boy.
And you're gonna have to check if it's an action to use this, you're burning a key point to dash.
Okay, then I can't fucking heal him. Never mind.
Not this
I'll run
turn.
up to
I can
him.
survive one
Is
turn.
there anyone next to him?
Yes, there's one person immediately in melee with him, and then one person is 5 feet. There are one space from being in melee with him.
Okay, well, I'll run up to the person within melee of him and
Okay.
fucking deck him in the face.
All right, hit him with the old hit him, boop him on the nose. That's a crit.
Deck him in
Fuck
the
him up.
It's a
nose.
nat 20.
That's a crit. Fuck him up.
Get fucked.
We like to
Hell
see
yeah.
shit on him.
20.
Damn, we should have gave the monk the invisibility ring and the
It's gonna be
cloak.
9 points of damage.
They have to be attuned.
That's it.
Well, shit. All right, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was expecting a little better than that.
I don't have much damage
Ain't
I
it-
can do.
No,
I can
ain't
just
it
take
weird
a
how
lot.
when you don't roll a crit, you'll roll like 15 damage, and then when you crit, you get like 18 damage because the dice just roll for shit when you crit something? Doesn't that fucking suck? Even Cass and Nick can attest to this shit. Even when you do this shit in real life, when you roll a crit, you roll bullshit damage dice.
Well, we never really rolled
I
double dice. We
mean,
just.
that's
doubled
about
what
the
we rolled
only
on the
time
other.
I
It was quicker. That's why we did it like
Yeah.
that. But this is actually how you're supposed to do it: is double the dice. You put double dice in, you use one modifier. This is the description the book gives you. If you do it any other way, you're wrong. The book says double the dice, not double the fucking outcome.
No one cares about book. It's a game of make believe, regardless.
I care about the.
That's you're full of shit.
Right now I care.
might
There's some
change for a
rules that
minute.
are stupid. It's also a 10-year-old system. It needs updated.
Right.
Call of Duty, but
Yeah,
we ain't gonna ever
where's-
get that.
Wait.
Ah,
Wait.
ah,
No,
Ah.
never mind.
all right.
Where's 6th
I
edition
thought-
D&D
I
at?
thought I had more, but never mind.
Ian, roll me a death saving throw.
God damn it. D20.
D20. Well, it's a D20, and if it's over a 10, it's a 10 or over,
That's
it's a success. Okay, pass.
I
Yeah.
rolled 12.
Wait, I did have more. Fuck me. Okay.
Elian, it is now your turn.
Shit, it's my turn. How far away are they?
Sir, he is 90 feet.
90 feet?
He is 90 feet.
How?
So that means the
one that's
closest
right next.
the closest engageable enemy is 90 feet.
So he's like the one that's next to
Correct.
the corpse.
Correct.
Okay.
The
Don't call me a
the
corpse yet.
soon corpse.
Okay. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast.
Oh, man. Nat 20 coming up. Nat 20.
All right.
Shit, dude. 15.
He does not hit.
It doesn't hit.
They probably got studded leather on that makes their AC like a fucking
So-
16.
I get to shoot that twice, right?
Yes, you can shoot your Eldritch Blast twice.
Fucking 15 again? What is this?
Does not hit. Just misses, dude. You're one off. Just misses.
Okay, well.
Did
have
I really
bonus
calculate
actions.
that just right?
Yes.
I'm gonna. Shit, dude. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it for my turn.
Rogue number 2 swings at the downed man. That's a crit because you were unconscious.
Awesome.
Failures.
Even though I'm right next to him?
He just slaughtered a fucking ally, this man, right in front of his face.
I do be cutting people in half.
He cut him in half and then sucked him into his sword, bro. This
I
man
did do
gave
that.
him
I
the
just
sloppiest
broke
of
his
Toppy with
fucking
a sword.
nose.
He literally sucked his soul out with a sword.
I
Man was
just
only
broke
asking a
his
question.
Nose. This man is dying, and I just broke his nose. And he's going to choose to fight the guy that's dying?
You know he has 2 attacks, right?
I have a lot of problems with your methods here,
He's
sir.
gonna attack Ben again, and then Ben's dead.
No, he's actually going to attack the monk now
moved this
for
out.
a 15 to hit.
Pathetic.
Pathetic.
Do better.
That's fine. Well, the blade was a little caught
Miss.
on, Ben. The blade was a little caught on
My
Vincent
currently dying body.
as he swung downwards and tried to
I'm
swing
gonna
the
find where
sword
you
back
live and
up.
I'm gonna burn down your house.
The one who is next to the longbowman. The longbowman is going to shoot the longbowman. He's gonna try and throw an arrow at Korik.
What a turn of events.
Right.
How the turn tabled.
That's not great. That is a 15.
Yeah.
It hits.
15.
Okay.
15 hits.
That is 13 piercing damage. You can choose to uncanny dodge if you'd like to burn your reaction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you cut 13 to 6. Take 6 piercing damage as an arrow slams into you. Sorry. Now is the dagger. The dagger is going to progress forward and try and engage the monk. You are in melee combat with his friend, so he does get advantage. An 18.
Hit me.
It's an 18 hit.
Pathetic. It
Pathetic?
means.
Alright. Oh, it means. Okay, well, his second attack is
Yeah, I just
a...
wanna call it pathetic right now.
His second attack is a 19, so that one hits as well, yeah? 18 hits, shit, yeah. 2
Yeah.
daggers. 1, okay, so that's 5s and 5, so 10. You take 10 slashing. As he slices into you with the dagger.
Okay.
We reset the turn. No, I'm sorry. The tank is coming. He's cluttering down the road, clanking his way down the road. He is coming. Don't end the fight before he gets to it. Chroma, it is your turn. You are 90 feet from combat.
I'm gonna move 35, then I'm gonna cast the Crown of Madness on
Let's-
the one that I can see.
Okay. You can see him.
He needs to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. All right. There's no advantage on that. It's 1 dice. That is a natural 12 for a 13.
He fails.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Are you doing this on the one that is in the one that just hit him while he was down?
I think it's the only
No,
one in
no,
range.
one of the.
You know, one of the bowmen.
Yes.
What are you doing?
No, I'll do the one that just smacked him.
Okay.
Just fuck that guy.
You have 2 in melee with you now.
It's fine. My next roll is going to determine me living or dying, so.
That is.
That it is.
I think that's all I can do.
Now I want to. We didn't say this, but Lee, did you want Korik to move forward his 30 feet so he is within 60 feet of? He didn't say he used his movement. So did you want him to move him forward so he's within 60 feet of Ben?
I mean, there's not too much that I can do to help Ben, though, is there?
If somebody was to offer you a potion, you could run up and give it to him.
Or the one that we bought together.
Or that one.
Yeah.
Do you have a healing
In
potion
my
on you?
bag.
It would take him an action to pull it out of your bag, and then it would take
Yeah,
him an
I
action to
have-
give
I
it to you.
have one- or I have one on me though.
Okay. Why the hell
Wait,
didn't you
I
use it?
have healing potion.
Hmm.
Why the hell
I
didn't
have
you use it? So
I
listen,
never got a chance.
you ran for like 3 turns.
I ran like
it-
hell.
listen,
trying
it
to
would-
buy time.
It would take an action for him to look for it on your body. It would take another action, meaning another turn, for him to feed it to your dead body. it would-
take
it would
one
be
bonus
better-
action to use it.
Correct. It would be
My
better
action to do
if
something
somebody
that turn.
offers it to him, and
Yeah.
as he's running, he just grabs it and gives it to you. And this is me being a
reason
very
I
nice
never-
DM who
yeah.
wants his rogue to stay in the game.
The reason I never used it is because my bonus action would have been wasted of space that I was trying to stay out of
That's fair.
from the melee combat.
Let's see. So that was you. Chroma, you said you used your Crown of Madness. Can you explain the effect that Crown of Madness has for anybody who's watching?
Yes. So the charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. The target can act normally on its
Oh,
turn if you choose
no.
no creature if none of it are within its reach. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what Crown of Madness says.
So listen, there are 2 things within range of the one you selected, the one who just hit Ben, right? 3 things. There's Ben, there is Hobo, so there's Iron, there's Silver, and there's his ally, so your enemy.
That's
So he could that's okay, perfect. So you pick that. Your guy, just remember, is number 2, right? Number 2 goes after Elliot.
Hey yo, what?
I have to make a death saving throw.
Korik, it is your
Fuck.
turn.
All right. So if you allowed a retcon of 60 feet of movement last time, all right,
Did you fire your bow twice or fire it once?
once.
Okay, then you can move 60 feet.
So I mean, I have a healing potion on me, so I can. Just,
Okay. You can present your healing potion and put it on him. It's gonna take your action, so you would use your movement to get to him, right? An action to give it to him.
Right. And
So you heal
then
2d4
it's
plus 2.
3d4.
Yeah, 2d4 plus 2.
No fucking way I roll 1s on both of those.
He rolled it first. I'll let you have the 6. You roll it. You wake up with 6 hit points. You're still prone on the ground. Meaning
was
any
still
melee
pretty
attack on you is still at advantage.
Yeah.
8 hit points. That was just the
Oh,
2.
plus the 2, so you get 8 hit points. All right.
8 hit.
You still have a bonus action.
Man,
But because you didn't take an action to attack, you can't use
there's
your
nothing
second. Right? Yeah, that's kind of what you. I mean, you could use your bonus action to disengage. That way, nobody could hit you if you chose to do that.
I mean, yeah.
Or they would just be. I mean, nobody. You could disengage, but you couldn't move away. Or you could take the bonus action to dodge, and then there'd be disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll do bonus action dodge. Stay
Okay.
where.
Okay, perfect. Rogue One, right? Wait, no, shit. Gonna hit you with that Daryl hold right here. You're gonna hold up against his fucking forehead because he's somehow looking underneath it to aim. Because we've been watching The Walking Dead, and I don't know how Norman Reedus. I don't think Norman Reedus ever held a crossbow. I think they got a stunt double to hold his fucking crossbow because that man holds the shit like this, bro.
Yeah, but anytime there's an actual action scene, he holding that shit right.
All right, so he's gonna take a crossbow shot. I'm gonna say that he's going to try and hit Silver because I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you kneeled down to pour the potion into his throat. And Silver is standing up and fucking apparently boxing a guy that has knives in his hands. So he's gonna take his shot on Silver. You are in melee combat with his friend. That is a that is a natural 20. Or a 23 to hit. So that is going to be 8 plus 4 plus 3. 15 points of piercing damage. He's going to use his bonus action to reload the crossbow. It is now Silver's turn.
Hmm?
Not your turn yet. You go next.
Okay.
Silver's turn.
It is Silver's turn.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
You have the same.
So there is a man.
You rolled the same, and you. Oh, you rolled an 18. Okay, I'm sorry. Then it's Ian's turn. I apologize.
Yeah.
I thought you both rolled 17s. That's my bad.
Go,
You fix
Ian,
that.
go.
So half my movement is to stand up, correct?
Half your movement, stand up.
This man's in front
So
of me.
let me rephrase this. It halves your movement throughout the turn. So if you chose to dash, you still only move 30 total feet.
This man's in front of me who hit me while I'm down, who is currently in melee combat with my ally,
Correct.
is going to eat the fuck out of my sword.
Sure, go ahead and swing.
Kill him.
He's
That is
bloodied,
going
but not
to be
looking
a
rough.
25 to hit.
Hits.
Since he's in melee combat, I get my sneak attack, correct?
You do.
Okay, so that is going to be an 8 plus that's 10,
Clicked off the game log for whoever is watching. I apologize about that.
23 points of damage.
23 points of damage. Okay. As you want to hit him once, you want to hit him. Was that 2 swings or it's 1 swing?
That was I don't get to swing my sword twice. I can't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you've already cut that off. I have 2 weapon fighting.
Okay, you don't. Yeah, you don't have
Yes.
bonus action attack. You have 2 weapon fighting. That is correct.
I can bonus action attack with my dagger.
Correct. You can attack with a
That's
second
not-
weapon in your offhand. Right.
But
But
does my first attack kill him?
but the let me do a quick math really quickly because that might be.
Go ahead.
Hang on. You
my
might
bonus
you might
action
actually have to re-roll that damage really quickly because I believe it is a finesse weapon, but it's not versatile. Never mind. Okay. Nope. Sorry. I was gonna see if it was versatile, you could two-hand it, but two-handing a rapier just kind of sounds weird now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's like, where? How do you? You know what I mean? So
No,
that was what now? 20.
Not count
That was how much? How much did you say? 20 something?
23. Give me a second, actually. Hold up.
Hold on. Is it 13 plus 13 plus 2? 28.
Yes, it is 28. I'm
28.
sorry, because I read the 10 that I rolled and not the plus.
Okay. The rest of you, you see Ian rise. You see his sword ignite red flame. The flame immediately turns black, and he shoves it hilt deep in the man in front of him as he sucks into the sword. You also all notice that Ian's eyes are jet black. There's not a gloss to them.
Did my sword reply when I yelled at it?
Well, it's going to reply now.
Okay.
Roll to hit.
Roll a hit.
You heard me.
What am I rolling to hit?
A d20. Well, you would roll on the sword. Roll to hit.
Okay. That is going to be another 25.
Okay. He's no longer in melee combat, so you don't get your advantage. But go ahead and roll your damage.
He's gonna hit me. I feel like this is coming at me.
13.
Okay.
Unless you're involving sneak attack.
Yeah, you get your sneak attack. He's in melee with somebody else. You get your sneak attack. You just didn't get advantage because there was no flanking. Sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't get flanking. You don't get flanking advantage, but you did get melee combat advantage. That's 31.
So yes,
No,
7,
32.
8, 16 and 1. Yeah.
Okay. You watch as he stands. He makes eye contact with. You see his eyes. I'm not gonna say he makes eye contact with you. What happened?
We left.
Oh,
We dropped.
it's okay. He's come back in a second. You see him as he rises. It is not a natural rise. It's almost like one of those possessive movie rises where he rises like with his back and his shoulders hanging down. Right? Stands up straight with his back just going like this. Like if the back of my hand is his head, he rises like this and folds himself back up into place, but his body looks entirely limp when you look at him. He looks like somebody you would care for if they were dying. Like how they would be hauling around. Kind of marionette wise. That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to describe it. As his hand flicks upwards and it goes bare like a hilt deep on the man in front of him, and he sucks into the sword, right? He immediately turns and continues the push into the man that's currently engaged with you. He sucks into the sword. Roll to hit again.
Oh my god.
Sneak attack is no longer involved, correct?
No. What?
Okay.
Yes. Oh shit, Lee's out again.
Oh my god.
At 24.
24
He's
hits.
dead. He's dying.
11. 12. 17.
29.
3.
2. Roll to hit again.
11.
For the sake of this playing out how I want to give it, I will give you the advantage because you are currently not in control of
Possessed by a
yourself.
deity?
You are not currently in control of yourself. Hit again.
23.
Holy shit.
Hits. Roll damage.
What the?
2.
What the shit?
I'm just confused and concerned as you are.
It's gonna get more fun when I tell you what's happening.
14.
14 total? No, I was like, God damn. 25.
25.
All right. Roll to hit
There's
again.
There's still like 2 people left alive.
One
No, there's one
more
left.
time. Roll to hit
Uh,
again.
This could be a 13.
Hits.
What?
Hits.
What?
A bowman would wear different armor than somebody's in melee combat.
That is fair. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
You can have your sneak attack, because I'm a kind DM.
26. I've still got a bonus action in here somewhere.
Again, he is possessed upwards. He is pulled upwards almost by his sternum rather than his like standing up, right? As his feet touch and he folds forward, the hilt is plunged. The sword is plunged hilt deep into the man in front of him. Sucks the body into it. He continues the push forward into the man currently in melee combat with silver. Sucks the man into the sword. He pulls the cloak over himself and teleports. You all watch this purple flash in front of you. Bright flash. It's not hiding anything. You could see this from a mile away at night. Bright purple blast of white light, right? Black, purplish white light. He disappears from in front of you and is immediately behind the 2 bowmen. Stabs the sword into his back. Sucks the body into it. For the last kill, Ben. I'm going to say this kindly but also with the most disdain possible. Go on, Dick. Tell us how the last one works while you're possessed.
I'm gonna be fair here, and in all honesty, you're in control of me right now. I have no right.
I am giving you the reins.
because it will continue
Maybe.
as the kebab of fuckery.
It's your
as
call.
I jam it into the back of his skull.
All right. We talking like top down through the spine?
I'm talking top down through the spine.
All right.
Fucking puppet.
So
We're making a corn dog out of this
I'm
man.
making a corn dog out of this.
sure. As you take the dagger, I'm sorry, not the dagger, the rapier, and bury it again, hilt deep. As his body sucks into the sword. All of you can see this happen. And then Ian falls to the ground unconscious. The sword, the black flame, the black flame erupting from the sword fades. Just immediately puts itself out. The last thing you hear, Ben, as Ian, the last thing you hear is you hear hunger once more.
You motherfucker.
That is where we will pick up next.
Oh.
I was genuinely afraid for a second there that you were gonna have him hit either myself or Lee. And I was like, oh, we're dead. This is it. This is game.
So the thing is where I got concerned is he said the flame on the sword and then rolled a hit. And I was really afraid he was going to roll disintegration into that while trying to hit you, and that would have killed you.
Why I gave you that extra hit when you...
Because I didn't go to your plan.
No, because you had a disintegration that I forgot about until you were like, it missed, and I was like, fuck, I totally had
Oh,
forgot to
that
have him roll the
is
extra
not
damage.
roll for disintegration, homie.
I am aware.
Disintegration would have insta-killed almost any of them.
I understand, but you didn't roll high enough to hit.
I know.
That
me, when
being
disintegration gets along on the
said,
sword.
we are a little late. I apologize for that. I am gonna go raid somebody. Does anybody have any questions for me? How do you feel?
I'm shaking. Actually, I really thought that was the end of my character there.
Stressed.
I'm stressed.
You
I need
wouldn't have
cigarette.
killed your character off.
He doesn't want to kill my character off, but if it does happen, he's not going to completely
Isn't-
stop it without valid reason to said stop it.
Isn't your
Correct.
character the old guy telling the story from the beginning?
Mine?
No.
I don't know.
No, I'll tell you that right now. No. I'm the old guy telling us.
Yes.
But that was a good callback for
Regardless,
that.
We're
That was a good
here because
callback.
of Ben.
Well,
If it weren't
Ben
for
put the
the
party
fact
together,
that-
but I don't give a shit if his character dies.
If it weren't for the fact that Silver had made it to me in that turn,
Yes.
I would have been dead.
Yep. And nobody has Revivify because you don't have a cleric.
I do want to apologize though. I should have been able to heal you that turn. I completely forgot that if I spend a key point to flurry of blows, I can also heal at the same time as
It
I'm
is
doing
okay because I
that. That's
don't
a
think
rule
that
I
would have
just found
turned
out.
the same way had you done that.
But you don't have any more key points,
Yeah.
don't you?
I would have healed you, but we might not would have had. Yeah, I have 3 key points.
Yeah, she got to keep
I
it
have
back to me.
7 total. I'm down
Oh,
4.
okay.
He used his potion, so you have 4.
Well, do I have to rest to get that back, or
Wait, is that what that sounds right? I feel like that's the thing that I would have put in.
Yeah.
That sounds
That's
right.
not how you
Oh,
said it.
you
in
Yeah,
said
I
it
thought
once
it
she
was-
uses.
I get it available, and then
I'm
I
gonna
have
go
to
smoke a
rest.
cigarette and do some processing for a second.
That's fine. I'm gonna get on Star Citizen. Does anybody else have any other questions for me?
I am not gaming tonight, but I will hang out for a day.
Uh-huh. What was your question, Nick?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, goddamn,
What?
dude. I was coughing up a fucking lung.
Okay, sorry. Cats. You kind of saved homie with the Crown of Madness.
Who?
You kind of saved homie with the Crown of Madness.
Yeah.
How you feel about
Wait,
that?
did something bad happen when he cast magic though? I wasn't
Oh
paying
shit!
attention
Wait,
from
is
the
Crown of
beginning.
Madness a leveled spell, or is it? Oh fuck me!
It's a level.
Well,
Hang
what's
on,
all said and done,
hang
it's
on. I
level
listen. I
D100.
said it. I said it, but I want to see what happens to Chroma. Roll me a D100. The Dead Rise at 100 mile. No,
No wonder I didn't remember it, because you guys didn't fucking roll for
I
it.
fucking forgot. You're right. What's it?
51.
51. Let me roll down. I retcon a little something real quick. Okay, a spectral shield hovers near you for the next minute, granting you a +2 to bonus to AC and immunity to the magic missile spell. Your spell succeeds. So it's fine.
Nice.
Nothing changes. You just, for the next minute, you have +2 to AC.
It doesn't matter since we're out of fucking combat.
Correct. Yeah, it goes away. Your minute expires. But Ben is unconscious on the ground. That is the important thing to mention. And that is the end of the session. Any
Hooray.
other questions?
Nada.
We'll find somebody to raid. Give me a moment. My homie's streaming Star Citizen, so we're probably just gonna go raid my homie because he's streaming Star Citizen. Some space things. If he's doing cool space things, he's not. He's not doing cool space. He's lying. Fine. We're gonna find somebody streaming Dungeons and Dragons because that's just me.
Yeah, have a good night. I'm gonna hit the rack.
Harley. See you later, homie.
Yeah, good night, man. I'm heading out too. Good night, y'all.
Alrighty, Nick.
Okay.
Alright. I have no idea who these people are. We're gonna raid them. They're playing D&D. We're doing it. I'm doing it. We're here.
Get it?
We're doing it.
Hell yeah.
Alright. For those of you who stayed with us for the night and dealt with that stress, thank you. I hope it was good. Hope you enjoyed it. Go watch the other videos on YouTube, the past sessions. Trust me. It's only going to get better. Fear the leather-bound book. I am here to torture you. Have a good night.
And if you are watching on YouTube, see you next Tuesday.
I already ended it, but good call. Good call.
Damn it!